many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many. Hey, it's too many. Yo, it's too many. Yo, it's too many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the deuce. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't shit you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switch side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't shit left to prove. Hey, yeah. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many lies. Hey, it's too many lies, too many lies, too many, too many. It's too many. Hey, it's too many. Yo, it's too many.
Yeah. Ask a moral question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could have been here with us, but we do not know no vibes. Hey, she gon' try to whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh.
It stopped sharing. That's weird. Right in the middle of it. That's weird. I'm sick of this stuff. I don't know why, but it just stopped sharing. Earlier, when I was on Web Sleuth, it's straight up. Whenever if I go on somewhere else, another channel, and they use StreamYard, then you can stream your portion of that interview or whatever it is. You can stream it to your own channel, and I did that. And then whenever I left Web Sleuth, when I left the studio, Web Sleuth, it kept streaming to my channel. So there's some hooey, some bippity boppity boo stuff going on over here. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Is it Mercury retrograde again? I don't know. I think it's permanent Mercury retrograde around here, around these parts. Anyways, it's so good to see you guys. As always, I miss you so much. It's the tech gremlins, yes. Oh, and Rombo, I was typing that, and that's when I noticed that was gone. So it's your fault. No, I'm kidding. It's not. But it's the interview we're gonna watch is from Nate Eaton, East Idaho News, that they finally posted today. You know, again, it's something I'm just like, wait, hey, it's just okay. I'm not trying to be a sourpuss, but it's like, okay, I mean, release it a long time ago, like, to me, it's just a very privileged kind of place to be, to know you have it, then talk about it, that you have an interview, and then wait to release it. It just, anyways, not that it wouldn't have, rectified the information. It wouldn't have rectified the situation. It wouldn't have brought anybody back to life. Nothing ever does, but it's just one of those things. I haven't watched it all the way. I watched a little bit that was played on Web Sleuth earlier, and then that's it. So, and my mind was going. So, yeah, but no, it's not because of me. Maybe. I don't think so. I hope not. Let me find out. Anyways, but I do want to play. So let me pull this up because that was the whole point of kind of being late today. YouTube Studio. Hold on, let me log in. Okay. Yeah, this is all weird. This says latest live stream performance. Web Sleuth, but it's showing. Oh, I see. Okay, so it is finally showing up. Okay, I'm like, it's showing Trisha, Insightful One, and Megan. And I was like, Megan wasn't on there when I was on here, but it kept streaming. So anyways, don't worry about it. Sorry. Let's see. Let me go to content and let me pull this up. Oh, y'all, this was a find, I tell you. This was, how, well, I'll wait till it's ready. How the when Joe Murray testified to the fact that he was organizing the Rexburg Rescue Run or Rescue Race. It's called both. On September 7th, 2019, which was the same weekend that Tylee was murdered. Okay, that's the same event that Emma was preparing for. And that's the reason, that event is the reason that she needed to Google South Southwest wind, right? Anyways, that's a flat out lie, because who would Google South Southwest wind if your event was yesterday? She did it the day after said event. So I'm just like, no. So either she is a liar or an accomplice, in my opinion, because if you're Googling South Southwest wind, that has to do with a bonfire and burning of Tylee's remains, in my opinion. So might want to recheck that there, Emma. So under that, okay, so whenever Joe testified about that, I remembered that there was a thank you, Galen. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Um, Joe Ryan, not Joe Ryan. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Joe Murray had testified that I'm getting thrown off. Hold on. I might have to hide the chat for a second. And there's a bird chirping outside. So ADD, right? Um, oh yeah. Under that, I'd remember that there was an interview of Joseph Murray on BYUI radio about this OUR, Operation Underground Railroad event that was happening in Rexburg, September 7, 2019. So on September 4th, 2019, Joe Murray did that interview on BYUI radio and on soundcloud.com, which is another platform for people to basically share their audio. Well, there was a comment underneath that interview, the only comment, and it was a profile that said Emma. And I was like, So I clicked it and I was like, oh, interesting. So I'm gonna play the song that Emma sang 9 years ago. So she was probably about 17 or 18, maybe 19 at the time. And I give her credit for, just being creative. But, you know, just throwing this out there. Let me pull that up. Okay. Let me get it. Let's see. I'm gonna share this one and I'm gonna enlarge it. So I just put some graphics to it. Let me make sure it's showing. It's not. Okay. I have to redo it with the words. I'm having problems. Like I had put some graphics to it that were from the 48 hours interview, right? And they're like copyright. So I never published it, and it had the words written on it, the lyrics, or as many lyrics as it could make out. It's a little fast. So anyway, so here it is. Barf bag. Oh, man, all that time, thank you. Yeah, okay, that's my punishment for all the shit. See, my video cleared up and everything. My goodness. Okay, sorry. Thank you. What I was saying was, can we all just appreciate the cozy cone in honor of Tammy Daybell? Because if I had 5 of those children who did the, "Ah," I mean, hey, I can't sing, but I don't try to either, and I don't publish it for sure. Just throwing that out there. And then and if my dad was in the middle of this huge ass conspiracy, I would probably maybe take, "That's the one you need to delete, honey. How am I the only one that's found it? Because I've not heard it anywhere else. Have y'all? Because I have not. And it's 5 years later. Holy crap. I hate that I was muted because I said some really good stuff. I tried to repeat it, but it never comes out the same way. But anyways, so glad y'all are here. So sorry to torture your ears. I didn't know if anybody's dogs were like sounding off. Probably. I do have, whenever we get off here, I'm gonna run it through the lyric maker. I don't know. It puts words onto the screen. So, and I mean, I had to go and fill them in earlier when I uploaded it the first time but I decided not to go with that one because it was copyrighted to 48 hours. So, and that was just for using video from it and just having this song playing in the background because the song is just an audio file. That's it. Thank God. Kinda thank God. I kinda wish there was some video. But anyways, so glad y'all are here. Hey, Lamisa, how you doing, girl? I hope you feel better, the weird mom. Heck yeah, I recorded it because you never know when stuff's gonna be scrubbed. It's like TLC. We don't want no scrubs. Just kidding. Y'all, it's nuts. I was just like, no wonder Emma made that comment about, Tammy wanting them to go play their band instruments upstairs in the upstairs in the cozy cone where she could not hear them. I would be playing Candy Crush. Did I already say that? Or did I don't know if I was muted. I'd be playing Candy Crush and Frontierville while I'm lifting weights with my Fitbit and doing that. Yeah, I think y'all heard me. Anyway, so let's see. Where do we go? Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's crazy. I don't either, y'all. Just going back and listening to prior, just trying to what did I upload the other day? I think it was Emma and Garth's separate, individual testimonies. I uploaded it. And I mean, I had to break one of them down, Emma's, I think, because it was over 2 hours, and anything over 2 hours, you have to like stream it, live. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. So, but listening to John Pryor again, yeah, it's whoa. I have gray hair right here, y'all. I'm just noticing that. But anyways, it's not about me. So, okay, I have not watched the interview for Julie Rowe. And so that's why we're doing this together, right? Together. Sharing means caring, Let me fix my aspect here. Okay, so again, it's like I'm grateful for this. I would have been grateful for it back the week that Tylee and JJ were found in Chad Daybell's backyard. Whenever this was recorded, I would have really appreciated it then. It gave me more information, possibly. It could have, again, it couldn't bring them back to life, but I'm just saying. But I am glad it's not being held hostage anymore, right? So anyway, so we're gonna watch it together. I've only watched a little bit so far on, when I was watching Web Sleuth earlier today, which Web Sleuth is having a end of the wait. Oh my God, I just went blank. End of the world that Chad had predicted July 22nd, which again, I have to say, because it's like a bad omen or something. But my first ex-husband, his birthday is today. And I'm like, well, that makes sense. End of the world, ex-husband's birthday. I get it. But it's another, not the end of the world again, because this is like the 5th year that Web Sleuth is doing a 24-hour party, or not party, but a fundraiser in honor of Tylee and JJ. Anyway, so if y'all can, go check that out, because I think it's interesting too. And also, y'all, I just don't know which order to do this in, because I want to share this with you too. And I have to say it's a little shorter. So let's do this first. The murder house, right? So I went and grabbed a screen grab from of this actual part. So let me play it. So this is Lauren from Hidden True Crime, Dr. John from Hidden True Crime, and this is Insightful One, and this is Trisha with Web Sleuth, okay? And so, oh, I was in the comments, okay? Let me know what you think.
Can you give us some scoop
Yes.
Oh, wait, let me
You
back
are
up.
the first.
about this potential Charles Vallow trial coming up? All of
Okay.
that, because you have, interviews with Girl on Fire, the one that
Let me back
was all into Julie Rowe left, and Julie Rowe is such a big, people forget that. About
Hold
this
on, I'm trying to get the
potential
spot.
sale of Chad and Tammy's, about this potential was, but we've had
That's not me.
a lot of
Me earlier.
questions
Sorry.
about this potential sale of Chad and Tammy's house. Do we know anything about that?
Yes. I don't know the buyer, but I do know a lot more about it.
Oh,
now.
can you give us some scoop?
Yes. You are the first. This is, what did we decide last time? I bring the tea and Dr. John reads the tea leaves. Is that what
There we go. Perfect.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I don't know if there's a lot of reading tea leaves in this situation, but bring the tea, please.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, I'm going slow on purpose, everybody, because I always have to think, this, Trisha, what am I allowed to say?
Yes,
What can I say?
exactly.
So I don't know who the buyer is. Let's just lay that out here. So sorry, everyone. I do know that the buyer is a business owner in the community.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bit of mystery here too. That I'll tell you,
Oh.
it's allegedly closing on July 28th. That's the close date.
6 days.
That the business owner, that's this alleged, this community member, that's this alleged business owner in the community, knows about the case, and that they're going to put it under an LLC so that they never know this person's name.
Okay.
Huh. Interesting.
And there is a bit of confusion. So this is the mystery part, is the two people that went to look at it claimed they were family friends.
Okay.
And no family that I
Okay, I had to pause it whenever I was recording it, because I was still streaming to Web Sleuth, or Web Sleuth was still streaming to my channel. So I think I actually rewound it from there. So hold on.
It's incredible. And the insights that you offer, I would really encourage
I must have backed it up a lot. Hold
into
on.
this case, is just
claimed they were family friends.
Okay.
And no family that I
Just saying, I'm not jacking with it. So let me just let it run its course. It's too hard to find it while it's live, I find that. Okay, I backed it up right there. Okay.
into this case is just, it's incredible. And the insights that you offer, I would to all of the, and soon to be Charles Vallow,
Okay, here.
because you have this with
repeat.
Girl on Fire and a former, such a big part of this case. We've had a lot of questions about this potential sale of Chad and Tammy's house. Do we know anything about that?
Yes. I don't know the buyer, but I do know a lot more about it.
Oh,
now.
can you give us some scoop?
Yes. You
Scoop,
are the
scoop.
first. This is, what did we decide last time? I bring the tea and Dr. John reads the tea leaves. Is that what
There we go. Perfect.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know if there's a lot of reading tea leaves in this situation, but bring the tea, please.
Yeah. Well, okay. So and I'm going slow on purpose, everybody, because I always have to think, you know, this, Trisha, what am I allowed to say?
Yes,
What can I say?
exactly.
So I don't know who the buyer is. Let's just lay that out here. So sorry, everyone. I do know that the buyer is a business owner in the community.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bit of mystery here too. I'll tell you, it's allegedly closing on July 28th. That's the close date. That the business owner, that's this alleged, this community member, that's this alleged business owner in the community, knows about the case, and that they're going to put it under an LLC so that they never know this person's name.
Well,
Okay.
that's interesting.
And there is a bit of confusion. So this is the mystery part, is the two people that went to look at it claimed they were family friends. And no family that I've talked to, or the varied family, knows who the buyer is. And that allegedly they're planning to do possibly a GoFundMe to raise money for a memorial, but no family knows about this at all.
I mean that,
and there is varying opinions, and I would say the majority of families very hesitant about any type of memorial. So I don't know.
that's kind of surprising, because you would think any memorial you would have to involve the family, saying, you know, getting permission, and because you would want their permission. I mean, I applaud a person buying it and wanting to do a memorial, but not to go through the family is a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, so there's the confusion. So there's something very secretive and sort of mysterious about this buyer and this closing.
Well,
So there you go.
Angela Conley has brought up a conspiracy theory, and that is that it somehow
I
involves
believe
East
it.
Idaho News. Do we know that, or no?
We don't, but I've wondered about that too, because this person claims that they're going to get a lot of money from a GoFundMe, and I have wondered, East Idaho News has
He's a
their Secret
billionaire.
Santa, and a lot of business owners backing them. But you would think that they'd go through family too.
You would think.
So that's definitely crossed my mind. So
But we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
yeah, so there you go. I do think that there's going to be a lot more to this story. I'll just say that from my intel that I'm getting.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's move on, and you'll keep us posted, obviously, Lauren, on anything on this house, because I'm happy to hear that it could possibly be a memorial, but we're just going to have to kind of wait and see what really happens with that. Okay, so let's get right down.
Just
Yes.
chime in quickly.
yeah.
I wonder if this is just speculation here, but I wonder if this is going to be like the Daybell version of Graceland or something.
Yo, that's cringe.
Oh boy.
If so,
That
No,
would,
I don't
yeah,
know. I'm just I don't
That would be
believe
terrible.
that
I
would
don't
be
believe
terrible.
that's the case, but there's a whole cottage industry in true crime. I'm sure you know this, Tricia,
Oh,
but
absolutely.
there's a whole cottage industry of what's called murderabilia, right?
Mhm.
And people do tours of these types of homes, right? There's all kinds of there's a cottage travel industry around this. So I don't know.
Yeah, that would be the worst case scenario.
This is just pure speculation, but because we don't know the buyer, but I wonder. I've said to Lauren, I wonder if this is going to be, a Daybell, Graceland type situation. You pay $10 at the door, right, and you walk through. I don't know. I hope not, but we'll see.
I hope not too, because and here's the thing. The fact that the family doesn't know anything about it, that's what really bothers me.
That's what's bothering me. Yeah. And that they allegedly said that they were close to family members.
See, right there. Dishonest. If true, that's that's dishonest.
It's
because
weird.
they're close to family members, the family members would know. And they could say, say it is a memorial for Chad, not for Chad, excuse me, for JJ and Tylee and Tammy. But then, like you said, Dr. John, turn it into, $10, come take a tour. And, part of the money goes to a foundation, something like that. I certainly hope that's not it.
Well,
That
I could
affect
see.
those close. There are so many people close to this house that just want to move on.
Right.
Including the Prices across the street. They've been through so much, and just this is such a tight knit, beautiful, peaceful community. I'm sure it would be the worst nightmare if that was something.
Exactly.
I don't know. They'd have to convert it from residential. There's probably a lot of steps they'd have, but I don't know. I mean, that would be. I think in the wrong hands, something like this could go astray pretty quickly. Right?
Very quickly.
So
Yeah.
that's just my concern. That's probably more about my fears. I think if it is a business owner in the community who purchased it, I don't think that person would necessarily do that. So I think they'd probably respect the community. I think the scenario I'm thinking of would probably be more someone from outside the community that really doesn't care about the community.
Right.
And, just wants to turn it into this circus type situation.
Exactly.
That's
More-
true. That's a good point. Yeah, that is reassuring. This is a local. So that's, you're right. That makes it a little bit more reassuring.
That's a little better. Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
we'll keep our fingers crossed on that. Okay.
So, who do y'all think it is? Like, who do you think it is? And so, me and Jason were kind of, I've let him watch, or I got him to watch the clip, right? And hey, Melmac, how are you? Yeah, only the Daybells and Ballows and people related to Tylee should have any say at all. Okay, Rombo says normally here in the Netherlands, the local government would never give permission for such exploitation. Amen. That's top of my list. Okay, that's exploit. So again, this is just kind of me and Jason's little combo earlier. Who's purchasing the murder house, right? And I put oh no, it's okay, Louisa. I know what you mean. So it's supposed to close on July 28th, which is in 6 days, right? And then it's a local business owner. Okay. Going to purchase the house using an LLC in order to protect their anonymity. Convenient. Plans on making it a memorial for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Again, the thought is appreciated, like the sentiment. I appreciate the sentiment, but not wanting to, or not running it through or by any family members, any of us, that's disrespectful in my opinion. That's very disrespectful. Like, yeah, you anyways, and this person says they're a friend and of the family and a community member. So who could this possibly be? First person I thought of was Frank Vanderloot. He is a very local business man. He owns multiple businesses. He scares me. Okay, so I'm gonna tell y'all some stuff. Let's just talk real quick. So whenever we went to the memorial for the kids, for Tylee and JJ, back in what was it, late April, okay, during Chad's trial, it was in Idaho Falls, and it was a place like, I remember whenever we were doing jury selection, okay, it was like the first day I streamed that, so it was April 1st, okay, and it's anyways, we had a bad storm come through, and we had I had problems with Jason at the hospital, all that stuff, okay, and my mom, that's when she first told me about wanting to plan what is it called, a celebration of life, I'm sorry. And I remember saying to her I had two things, I was like, please let me be the only person that streams it for exploitation purposes, and I don't think she heard that one, obviously. But the other one was, please don't let anybody from that religion be doing any blessings or anything. No, thank you. Hard pass. Okay. That's why we're here in the first place. That's my line of thinking. And anyway, so I talked to my mom about that. And she said that there was this one place where we could have it, but it was outside. And if it rains, and it did rain that day. So, there's no way of, sheltering from it. And then she said the other place was for free. Okay. Interesting. That word free. And it would seat, I want to say 700 people or whatever. And I mean, it was plenty big. Okay. But I was like, you need to go with that one. That's the one, it's free. And it just, it sounds good. And that's the one we went with. And that's where it was held. So after I got back home from Boise, I did some Google searching, right? Oh, yeah. And I found some very disturbing correlations or connections, whatever you want to call it, which makes me super sus, okay? Because I'm already like, who's being protected? First off, that's where why are we protecting the church? Why is this happening? Nobody's talking about protecting children. Nobody's talking about protecting Tammy or Charles. Nobody's talking about any kind of fight or standing up for the kids, okay, or the victims, basically. And so, whenever I whenever I got home, I did some searching, and I found East Idaho News actually sponsors the theater in Idaho Falls where this was held, where the memorial was held for the kids. And I was like, okay, I mean, it's just one of the, you just kind of sit with it, you're just like, don't feel right. But now it has a place to go. And now it goes right here in the story because it's very relevant. Because East Idaho News became known via reporting by Nate Eaton. Okay. Remember that Nate was getting tipped off a lot about where to be, what was going to happen, kind of this, that, and all the other things, right? And then just last week or so, or the week before, I found out that Frank is like buds with George Bush, with Trump Jr. Went to his house for a private meeting. That was a story on East Idaho News. I was like, oh my God, it's just very interesting to me. And again, I try to not be so biased. However, it just feels really personal at the same time. Okay. And I'm just asking, please put yourself in my shoes and put yourself in my family's shoes. Like, try to see where it's not about supporting journalism, it's not about the freedom of speech and all those things, because that's what journalists are supposed to do anyways, like that's part of this, right? So don't look at it personally as an attack on Nate Eaton, okay? He's just doing his job. However, the person that pays him is very sus, in my opinion, has admitted on record in that interview done by Nate Eaton 14 years ago, that I shared with y'all a couple streams ago. Okay. Where Frank is like, yeah, so I bought Bonneville Communications and 5 radio stations. And, because there was this narrative going out about Boy Scouts of America and how, the victims of Boy Scouts of America, the scandal, were trying to say it was the church and people in the church. And we know how that system works. Okay. We know how it does not work. We know to whose advantage it works for. Need I remind everybody that the 1-800-LDS helpline is not only helpful to the church. Okay. Again, and then that Adam Steed interview came out. I think I have it back here so I can play a real quick snippet just to kind of remind you or share with those who have not seen it yet. And this is Adam Steed. He was on Mormon Stories podcast. This was whenever the crap came out about Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke. Adam Steed had been for a long time trying to expose. That I chose the whole wrong word, but he was trying to expose the damaging things that Jody Hildebrandt has done time and time again. Okay. So it's not new news. It's just, it made the headlines. Okay. So this was something that I picked up on that he had said.
Like the amount of things, like you get a story inside of a story and a story, and huge influencers like the billionaire Frank Vanderloot was writing up op-eds that probably I think they cost $100,000 worth of advertising over a period of time or something. I don't know the number. I heard someone say that to talk about like this child abuse story. It wasn't the case, and there were letters going as if they came from the first presidency all over the Mormon church in Idaho and Utah talking about this singular event. That they had immediately done the right response with child abuse. It only happened once, and we published those in the Peter Zuckerman Post Register. We published that letter, and then all these victims came forward, and there was all this documentation of cover-ups, and this story just started exploding. But it was so difficult. The statutes would have never changed, but my father called and my mother, they got all these victims coming forward, and they got these people to write letters, and my mom put them all together and got them organized, and my dad gave them to all the senators to see the true situation. And
Okay. So from that story that I'd shared with you guys a couple streams ago about, Nate Eaton said that Frank Vandersloot was the reason for the legislation to change, and I don't think that's truthful whatsoever. But who am I? I'm just me. But I mean, just 4 days ago on East Idaho News, they had. Let me make sure that my aspect is okay. Let's see. I see that they have this. We need some heroes. Frank Vandersloot speaks at East Idaho Water Town Hall meeting. He's also Secret Santa, so it's not a secret. Okay. The Feel Good Fridays, and I mean, I appreciate what he does. I mean, that's a amazing thing to be able to do. I'm glad that he gives back. However, I don't know. I don't feel good about this at all. And I want to vet this out. I want to find out for myself, do my own research, not just because somebody told me how I need to think or what I need to think. I don't like that. So, Idaho Falls, we need some heroes. That was Frank Vandersloot's message to a packed crowd during a town hall Wednesday night. Melaleuca, executive chairman, was the introductory speaker at a town hall meeting in the company's event center about Idaho's ongoing water dispute. Did y'all know that Rob Wood, he told me and Mom when we were there in January of 2021 that he used to be a water rights attorney. I thought that was interesting. It was an informational meeting designed to provide background and context for the discussion, as well as give people a chance to ask questions and address concerns. Vandersloot has publicly come out in support of local farmers who faced water curtailment earlier this year over claims they were non-compliant with a state-approved mitigation plan to recharge the Snake River aquifer. I don't know. The May 29th water curtailment order from the Idaho Department of Water Resources would have removed water for about 330,000 acres in eastern Idaho and impacted groundwater users in Bingham, Bonneville, Jefferson, and Clark counties. Under Idaho law, surface water users in Magic Valley have senior water rights. This is weird, water rights. Anyways, I mean, I'm not used to that. Over groundwater users in eastern Idaho. Groundwater users are required to have a plan for recharging the aquifer during times of shortages. Earlier this year, the IDWR projected a shortage of 74,100 acre feet of water for the Twin Falls Canal Company. The parties came up with a temporary plan last month and were able to avoid a curtailment. Under the temporary plan, groundwater districts will conserve 240,000 acre feet of water and deliver 50,000 acre feet of storage water to the Surface Water Coalition to cover this shortage, as stated in the 2015 mitigation plan. The parties also agreed to recognize groundwater districts' prior water conservation efforts, which the SWC disputed in the past. So, oh my God, it's long. Several changes to the 2015 agreement have resulted in litigation in recent years, which Vandersloot heavily focused on during Wednesday night's forums. Oh my God, it's more. At the time the agreement was signed, Vandersloot said very few people were aware of it, which is concerning to him. Quote, our farmers were told that if they signed this, they would be given safe harbor and they would not have to close down their farms in the future. The courts haven't supported that, unquote, Vandersloot said. Then in 2021, Vandersloot explained the IDWR decided it would no longer recognize groundwater users' prior water conservation efforts, leading to years of litigation. The legislator never addressed the issue, so the Supreme Court upheld the department's decision. In 2023, the department changed its formula for how it calculates water shortages. So, I mean, he's very, active here. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just right here, interviews with Nate. Okay. Play that.
Folks in the cafeteria. And then I just want to thank everybody for coming and showing that we have an interest in what's happening in our community and that we back the farmers in this area. They need our support. Well, first I want to say This is a bipartisan meeting, even though this is sponsored by the Bonneville County Republican Central Committee. We've talked to the folks in the leadership of the Democratic Party. They're here also. They've given their support. This is a bipartisan issue. It's not just a Republican issue or just a Democrat issue. It's a community issue.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Let's applause for the Democrats in the room. Let's hear it for the Democrats, okay? Come on.
We don't like them, though. Just know that.
I've got a lot to talk about. I'll go fast because we're short on time. But I'll start off by saying I'm not an expert in water law. I'm not an attorney in water law. I'm not an attorney of any kind.
No,
I'm not a hydrologist,
money,
but I've spoken to a lot of attorneys and several hydrologists over the last 6 weeks, ever since the governor's Department of Water Resources gave the order to shut down 695,000 acres of our farm ground. That was a wake-up call, I think, to the entire community. I have spent a great deal, I've been in over 70 meetings with experts, attorneys, and discussions and some seminars to try to get myself up to speed. I've spent a couple hundred hours in the last couple of weeks, or last 6 weeks, to try to get myself up to speed and to try to put things into perspective in my own mind, and to try to be able to kind of get my mind about what in the heck is going on here.
Oh, really?
The more I learn, the more interesting it gets, and the more alarmed I become.
Oh, wow.
I will say, in starting off here, there are no villains here. We're in a mess. And we can sit here and point fingers and blame people for mistakes of judgments that they made or their intentions or all that. I think that is harmful to do. It doesn't get us to where we want to go. And we ought to give everybody a clean slate. Beginning tonight, we ought to give them a clean slate and say, let's look forward. We're looking for heroes. We're not looking for villains. Villains do us no good.
No heroes. We don't need no damn heroes, Frank. Okay, thank you. Sit down. No, I'm just kidding. But okay, I just wanted to kind of play that a little bit because I haven't watched it. So again, y'all are my guinea pigs, and we do this together. So okay, so I'm trying to pull that one up of Nate interviewing. Jesus Christ. Well, no, y'all look at this with me. We'll get to Julie. Don't worry, she's not going anywhere. But this is interesting, though. I mean, I'm just saying. So, I mean, look, boom, boom, boom. Billionaire donor Vanderloot on Trump. What? Billionaire donor Vanderloot on Trump. Oh, that'd be interesting.
All right. It's not really that difficult for me to see numbers, though. And the way I see it, Donald Trump is really within a stone's throw of getting the Republican nomination. It needs about 240 delegates or so to seal the deal, and there are about 500 delegates up for grabs. Could he get about half of them? Probably. But the issue then becomes all those donors in the party who've been loath to supporting Donald Trump, especially when Donald Trump has mentioned again and again a rigged system. A former Marco Rubio donor and a very influential player in the Republican donor community, Frank Vanderloot, with us now. Frank, can you see many of your colleagues, maybe yourself, moving to not only support Donald Trump, but help him in the general election?
Well, it's sure looking like Donald Trump is going to be our nominee. And while I'm one that believes we could have had a lot better nominee than him, and I think that we have an uphill battle. But for me, the choice between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton is an easy choice to make. And if he does end up to be the nominee, then certainly we need to have him win the election. And but more than the president, I think the things that are at stake also is the Senate. And right now the thinking is if Donald becomes the nominee, that we're going to have trouble getting enough Republicans out to vote at the general election, and then we could lose the Senate. Very easily we could lose the Senate. And both sides, the Democrats and the Republicans, are looking at that, suggesting that that's a high probability. And so
do you think that's the case? I mean, you said that you're going to support Donald Trump if he is the nominee.
but that you're worried that he takes down the entire race.
Well, that's a worry. That doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen. I mean, he surprised us many times. I was encouraged to see that he was using a teleprompter the other day and choosing his words more carefully. And I think that if he becomes maybe a little more of a diplomat and a little more thinking before he speaks, I think that we could have a runaway election with Donald Trump. But that's a real iffy thing. I mean, who knows? I mean,
what do you think of what Governor Mike Pence?
Okay, this is a lot of blah 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 blah. I don't know. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I'm not any. I don't identify. I don't relate to any of these terms. I'm just like, I know that this is what you do, and it's like by their actions, right? And by ye fruits ye shall know is a big thing, okay? And so is it apolitical a thing? Does that mean I don't care either way? Because whatever that is, yes, Beach Bum. Oh my God, we must have that Arthur Knight Alaverdian trial soon. Y'all, I need to play some of that, not tonight, but we need to, because that goes all in with David Levitt, and that whole thing over there is very interesting. Very, very interesting. If y'all want to, let me know and we'll do that, because it would give us kind of, some other things to do that pertain to the wider portion of this case of the murders of my family. So in my opinion, they do. But anyway, so I hope y'all aren't upset that we're not going to finish watching that. Just trying to kind of hurry through this too. Where's that damn interview? Okay, let's see. I mean, I just played it last damn week. He does a lot of stuff. Oh, y'all can see it. Okay. Idaho Patient Act. Frank Vanderloot brings medical debt legislation to Boise. He does a lot. And that's why I think in that interview with Nate from 14 years ago, I think that's why he said that he's not a politician, because I mean, he's got enough money where he can just kind of, influence things, in my opinion. Okay. That's just how I kind of see it going. Well, I feel like he's going to come after me too, because he tends to do that with people who.
Final part of our special series, Vanderloot speaks candidly with Nate Eaton about his wife, his family, and his future.
Mary, Frank told me he's always wanted to have a private life, but he has become one of the most public figures in Idaho. His family and his opinions are often in the spotlight.
If you're going to step out and take an active role in the community, part of the price you pay is publicity, whether you want it or not.
Frank Vanderloot knows some people disagree with his opinions and others may not even like him, but he believes it's all part of the job when you're one of the most powerful men in Idaho.
You can't be the largest private employer in town without publicity, and sometimes publicity is bad because people disagree with you.
Frank is passionate about his beliefs and passionate with his work. Are you a tough guy to work for? Or?
I think I'm a pretty tough guy to work for. I'm really candid with people. I expect a lot. I ask a lot. I believe that people are rewarded well. They know where they stand.
Frank feels his employees are generally happy working for him, and they experience the most growth under demanding circumstances. It's those same ideals that Frank uses in his family.
I believe in teaching kids to work hard.
13 years ago, Frank met his second wife, Belinda. They were introduced over the phone, and Frank was impressed.
I just thought, here's somebody who I could learn from and grow from.
Belinda had 8 children and Frank had 6, and it was only a matter of time before they got married and had 14 kids under one roof.
I found a lady who had no guile, had a tough life. She's very tough, very strong, very good mother.
Although the couple is worth multi-millions, they've always made their kids work for what they want.
We don't buy them anything. They got to buy their own stuff. But we've said we'll pay half. So if somebody wants a video game, it's got to be the appropriate video game. But as long as it's something that's not going to hurt them, we'll say we don't say yes you can or no you can't. We say, can you afford it? And we'll pay half.
And the same rule applies for college, wedding receptions, and missions.
Why not just give it to them?
I think that you can destroy kids. Giving them stuff, I don't think that's the way to happiness.
Most of Frank's kids have grown up and moved away. His youngest will soon leave on a mission. And then he and Belinda will begin to travel more with their ever-expanding worldwide corporation.
There are other countries to open up. There are several new products on the horizon.
In that rare moment when Frank does have free time, you'll most likely find him on the ranch.
If I get a chance, this is where I come.
So you have a stressful day or long business trip?
The cows don't want anything. They don't complain about anything. They look peaceful. And I think that they're happy. Cows are happy almost all the time.
And you could probably say the same thing about Frank. He knows who he is.
All the kids are really proud. They've had to work every day, and I'm proud of them.
My goodness, thank you.
He's passionate about what he believes in.
I suspect we'll keep speaking out if we think things are unfair.
He's grateful for the people around him.
It's been very rewarding to me, the support I've gotten from those in the family and in the community.
And he's excited for the future.
We're so blessed as a family. We're so blessed, and I think in many ways we're so spoiled.
Now, Frank's favorite activity in the entire year is the Melaleuca Freedom Festival. He told me he puts it on to honor war veterans and help everyone remember their sacrifice. Next year, the program will be different. As the voice of the Freedom Festival, Wayne Richards, passed away earlier this year. Frank says the show will still go on next summer, but it will obviously be a little bit different. Now, if you missed any part of our series on Frank Vandersloot, we're going to rerun it on the morning show next week. You can also watch it on our website at kidk.com. For Channel 3 Eyewitness News, I'm Nate Eaton.
Well, okay. All right. Okay. So this comment right here I pinned from LA says, I saw that East Idaho News is a partnership of 5 to 6, I guess, Nate being part owner. And I heard that too. I just haven't tracked that down lately. But I mean, or, put it together to kind of share here. But thank you for saying that because you reminded me of that. And it's interesting. It's interesting. That's all. I'm just doing what Frank just advised, to if something bothers you to just, stand up for yourself. So I'm looking forward to the one where he talks about why he created East Idaho News, why he bought that. Damn, he's done way more interviews than I freaking thought. Big influence. Big, huge influence in Southeast Idaho. Oh, look, he said, that little thing right there. Let me get off of it. It says, first on Fox, Frank Vandersloot claims unfairly targeted by IRS. Sounds like Barry Cox. Can I get an amen? I just don't think they should be this far down. I thought this was going to be easy, but I should know better. See all these grandkids? That's a lot of grandkids. ALS challenge. Frank Vandersloot endorses Democrat for state school superintendent. Okay. This may be it.
Here at Idaho Falls draws big crowds from all over the West.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of people come to that thing, and it's a great event. But for over the next few days, we're going to show you a different side of Vandersloot. Nate Eaton joins us now with his very special report. Nate?
I don't think so.
I began working on this story back in August when I went to Salt Lake City to cover Melaleuca's annual convention. Thousands of people from all over the world were there praising the work of Frank Vandersloot. He's a man many of us know about, and some of us have strong opinions toward. But regardless of how you feel, you can't argue that he's become successful because of his hard work.
A lot of these are ours. A lot of those are boarded horses. So
Frank Vandersloot's life would make a great From Rags to Riches movie.
We've got run about 100 mares of cutting horses.
Born the third of 4 children into a poor family.
My dad made $300 a month.
Frank grew up on a little farm in northern Idaho.
My mom did everything she could to save a penny, including scavenging behind the grocery stores every week to get all the tidbits of food. And pieces of peaches and carve out the bruise spots.
Frank's dad worked on the railroad and was gone all week, so the kids took care of the farm, milking cows and keeping everything in order. The Vandersloots lived in a tiny house where Frank shared a bedroom with his brother.
My dad had used a chainsaw to cut a hole in the ceiling to make a bedroom for us boys, and it came right down into his bedroom.
Despite the challenges, Frank was happy and didn't realize just how poor his family was until one night when he heard his dad talking with his mother.
I heard him crying once to my mother, apologizing to her how he'd failed her and our family. Well, in my mind, he was a hero. They never knew I overheard that conversation, but it had an impact on me. It scared me. It scared me because I thought no one works harder than my dad.
Around this time, Frank was introduced to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He ended up getting baptized when he was 17, and 2 years later decided to go on a mission. So he withdrew all the money from his bank account except $400 and departed for the Netherlands. 2 years later, he returned to eastern Idaho, where he began school at Rick's College. There, he met his first wife. They were married within a year of him starting school, and both had no money, so they moved into an old house that belonged to her father.
We put a swimming pool under the bed. That was our bathtub. I splurged and paid $20 for a hot water tank and had a water tank, and I dug a new hole for the outhouse. And I dug it myself, and I thought, what could a bride want? I got a brand new hole for the outhouse.
Frank graduated from Rick's, then went to BYU, where he got a bachelor's degree in business administration. From there, his career skyrocketed. He went on to hold key management positions with 2 Fortune 500 companies. Then, in 1985, a friend came to him with a business proposition.
The idea to start a business using Melaleuca oil was not mine. It was Roger Ball's.
Frank listened to the proposal and liked what he heard, so he joined into the brand new wellness company. But within a few weeks, he discovered many problems.
We ran into several difficulties until it came to a point where we thought we need to close this down and start over.
And that's basically what they did. Frank and his partners dumped the multi-level marketing model and did a massive overhaul on the business.
I lost half the people the first month. Half of them gone. But our first month in business, we sold $75,000 worth of sales.
Since then, that number has only gone up, selling everything from vitamins, energy bars, laundry detergent, toothpaste, shampoos, and hundreds of other wellness products. Melaleuca has become one of the largest and fastest growing private companies in Idaho.
$859 million in sales last year.
And despite tough economic times this year, the company is expected to make even more. Astonishing when you think it all began with a boy from northern Idaho who grew up with almost nothing and now has almost everything.
It all seems very unreal and quite honestly undeserved. I don't know why we're blessed the way we are.
Well, coming up tomorrow night, we're going to discuss some controversial issues.
Okay, yeah, they're controversial. And I found them in I found the video that I've been searching for in all these. Right here in my Google app that I had screen recorded. So, and I pushed it to the part where I want to show y'all so we can get to Julie Rowe, right?
This is pretty much the purebred operation.
Frank Vandersloot loves the outdoors and he loves to speak his mind. So when a proposed development in Fremont County threatens scenic views, he took out full-page newspaper ads against the project.
I love nature. I love to drive and see the forests and the wildlife.
Not only that, he's been one of the most vocal opponents of a wind farm project in Wolverine Canyon. He put up huge anti-windmill signs and petitioned county commissioners to vote against the mills.
I'm not in.
But now listen to this, where this is the reason why he purchased, and this is how East Idaho News was born, out of other media entities that he has purchased from the church. Bonneville Communications was owned by the church. Gordon Bowen, a lot of you have heard me say his name so many times, but Gordon Bowen is this elite Mormon or ex-Mormon now. But I mean, he has some really strange and close ties with M. Russell Ballard, who was the acting president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Try and say that 5 times fast. Holy crap. And I mean, it is also alleged that Gordon Bowen is the one who wrote the email that publicly distanced the church or excommunicated Tim Ballard. Okay. It said that Gordon Bowen is who wrote that. which is why Tim Ballard was saying I wasn't excommunicated. You know what I mean? Like, so that all makes sense now. Whoa. And, but Gordon Bowen is accused of murder, severe torture of children, RAPE, cannibalism, amongst many other things, but is never named. Nobody, no news station will ever name him. He also allegedly, I'm just going to say allegedly for all these things, Gordon Bowen allegedly stole the idea for him and Mitt Romney were in charge of the Salt Lake City when they hosted the Winter Olympics in 2002. He stole that and then they sued for it. Anyways, he had to come up with a design, him and Mitt. Okay. And so also the logo for the church, you know, it's like an archway and it's Jesus. $20 million the church paid for that, allegedly, to Gordon Bowen. Then there's that weird Jesus movie that I learned from Lynn Packer, who is a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, investigative journalist. And I've gotten a lot of information from his reporting on OUR and Tim Ballard, okay, over the last 5 or so years. And anywho, it's just interesting to know, like, this Jesus movie, it's or icon movie they call it too. It's never been produced, and it just goes into my highly suspicious file because there's people who are in these elite circles, allegedly, who maybe film some things that aren't appropriate, you know, but somehow it never just comes to the surface, if you know what I'm saying. Because well, look at Epstein, which these people allegedly these people connect to Epstein. John Huntsman Jr. was actually, his name was found in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book. He was the former governor of Utah. So was Mike Levitt, which is David Levitt's brother. And they all, John Huntsman also, what do you call that? I just had it in my head, but I kept going. Let's see. Oh my God, oh hell, it'll come to me. But they like all go meet at Mel's, what is it called? Mel's. Oh my God, it's all just fleeting me right now. Mel's Pub or not Mel's Diner. We have that here. Mel's Place or something like that in Salt Lake City. And like, that's the only way that you can get in a hold of Sean Reyes, and you have to like pay the membership and you can talk to him. And that's where he sits in the chair that was given to him from Kanye West. It's weird, highly elite shit. Okay. That's why I don't understand it. But just all that to say that this is why Frank Vandersloot made this business move. And that is why Frank Vandersloot ties to my family's case, because they are basically, East Idaho News is the authoritative voice reporting agency, news media outlet that reports on this case. Okay. Again, that gives maybe people who are affiliated with a big organization, perhaps a religious one that is very much in the middle of this case, that, you know, has a lot of money and a lot of power as well in the United States. They're the wealthiest church organization in the United States. So with that wealth wields a lot of power and influence. So, you know, you can kind of whitewash things and distance things from, you know, from everybody who's don't really know much about this religious system. And it kind of works out to their benefit, in my opinion. So
environmentalist like it. Environmentalist that wants to stop everything. It's the forest and the streams that I think we ought to protect.
Frank's also been involved in other controversial issues, but perhaps none as well known as his battle with the Post-Register. In 2005, the paper published a 6-part series about Boy Scouts who were molested by their camp leader.
I do think that Boy Scout thing was way out of line.
Frank wasn't
I think that Boy Scout thing was way out of line. I think that statement is way out of line. Although this was 14 years ago, I'm just saying, I don't think it was out of line at all. And so just because of that, because Frank didn't like what him was hearing. So this is what he did.
Thing was way out of line.
Frank wasn't upset the Post ran the story, but he didn't like the way they did it. So he used his monthly community page news ad in the Post Register to attack the Post Register. He even hired a law firm to conduct comprehensive research into the story.
Now, that doesn't mean there weren't mistakes made, and that doesn't mean that there weren't children that were molested, for Pete's sake. But I felt like they were trying to blame the wrong people. Instead of blaming the molester, they were trying to blame all the youth groups and the Boy Scouts, and they were trying to blame the leaders, and they're trying to blame their church organizations.
The Post Register believes it did nothing wrong and stands by the story. No one mentioned in the articles ever asked the paper to issue any corrections, clarifications, or retractions, and the story won numerous awards. State laws concerning child abuse were even changed because of the series.
So because of the series, state laws were changed. And I'm like, that had nothing to do with Frank Vanderloot. That had all to do with Adam Steed's parents and their push to have their son's voice be heard, his story, his abuse. Okay. In my opinion, allegedly.
Still at odds with the Post Register or the whole Boy Scout thing?
Not at all.
In fact, both Frank and the Post Register believe they learned from the disagreement.
I didn't understand the sensitivity of the victims on all this. I've learned a lot, became really good friends, really, really good friends with some of the victims that were involved.
It was around this time when Frank became interested in acquiring media outlets himself.
Soft Rock, Classy 97.
He ended up purchasing 5 high-rated radio stations from Bonneville Communications.
We're ready to kick off the lunch hour.
And renamed the group Riverbend Communications.
I know that I've appreciated when my kids listen to good music, and I like stations to listen to that offer that.
I declare my intention to run for president of the United States.
Frank's also dabbled in politics, endorsing candidates like Mitt Romney.
Thank you, Governor, for being here again with us.
Jim Risch, and voicing his opposition against others.
Judge Herndon would have been one of those. Kathy Silik on the Supreme Court was one of those. When you get enough opinion that the job isn't being done correctly, you could draw conclusions that we'd be better off to have somebody new in the position.
Are you ever going to run for politics, run for office?
I would be bad at it. I like to be in a position where I can get something done. And they've got, there's all this negotiations and deal makings and all of that stuff going on that I don't think I'd be good at it.
Well, he does get stuff done. Now, Frank has also been in the headlines recently concerning a lawsuit involving a former employee. He can't comment on the case because it has not yet been resolved. Now, coming up tomorrow at 10, Frank talks candidly about his wife and how they've raised their 14 children.
You know, I just want Frank to talk truthfully. That's it. It's so simple. It's us humans that complicate things a great deal, in my opinion. And so right here, so Mohawk Mom says, so he did not like the newspaper telling the truth. So he bought media companies, in my opinion. Right. Yes. Yeah. That's my take on it, at least also. So yeah, I think that's exactly what it's for. Interesting. Okay. Again, it's just one of those things that it's always kind of been on the back of the back burner or whatever, but it's like always there. And I just didn't know much. I didn't dig much. I didn't have the time. Geez, there's a lot to this case, So, there's all that. And we'll keep on digging. I'm going to go look into those people that Frank was talking about, the judge and that other person. I don't even know what he said, but I'm going to go look into them and see what they... Okay, I'm going to go see what they were about, because it's probably people I would like, or, that did things the way I like. Just saying. Maybe they were truth tellers. You never know. Okay, so here, finally, we're going to do the damn interview with Julie Rowe. Let me switch my aspect. Okay. This interview with Julie Rowe was taped on June 5th. Oh, shit. I missed it. Oh, God dang it. This interview with Julie Rowe was taped on June 5th, 2020. 4 days later, the bodies of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found buried on Chad Daybell's property. This interview has never been released until now. Here is the entire conversation, unedited. I doubt it. Okay, because they say Melanie Gibbs was unedited, but you can see edits in it. Okay. I thought I was being petty or something. Well, he didn't go into great detail here. Julie Rowe, a former confidant of Chad and Tammy Daybell, spoke with EastIdahoNews.com on June 5th, 2020. Three days later. Didn't it just say something else? 4 days later, up here. 3 days later, down here. 3 days later, the bodies of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found buried on Chad Daybell's property. We never posted this interview, but are now sharing it unedited for the public to see. You can watch the entire conversation in the video player above. I'm going to grab that link too, and I will copy and paste it in the chat in just a second. This interview has never been really... Okay, here's the entire conversation.
Could you just say and spell your name?
Yeah.
No.
Julie Rowe, Julierowe.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chad? Former friend, current friend, business acquaintance?
Former friend and business acquaintance. He was my publisher.
So why are you here today, Julie?
Because part of my mission that I agreed to premortally before I came to Earth was to warn and testify of a lot of things, including exposing darkness on every level, layer, realm, and dimension. And I see darkness in this story. It's very hard to talk about. So I appreciate the time you're giving. And I hope people understand that this emotion is because I care deeply about the people involved in it. Everyone from Chad and his family, Lori and her family, even though I never met Lori.
She's one of the Arizona bitches.
Including millions of people who have been exposed to this energy as a result of all the news that's gone out on it. It's affected millions of people on both sides of the veil. And I made premortal covenants to testify of truth at all costs and to let people know that what has happened with Chad and Lori is not okay.
For those not familiar with the words premortal, you mean before this life on
Before
Earth.
this life. We lived in spirit realm. I have memory of it. I had a near-death experience in 2004.
Allegedly.
It's one of several that I've had. And that's how I know Chad. He published my first 5 books.
Yeah, talk about how you met Chad and Tammy. Did you seek them out because you had this experience? How did that work?
No. So I was shown in dream and vision, and during my near-death experience, I was told in 2004, I was on the other side of the veil for 2.5 days. I was essentially in a comatose state.
So you were dead?
I was not dead. I was still alive, but I was asleep. According to the hospital records, I was in a comatose.
I want to see these records.
State. My heart was still beating.
Were you in an accident?
Well, obviously.
No, I was later diagnosed with Lyme disease and Epstein-Barr.
Still not a near-death experience.
Have doctor's confirmation on that for 8 years.
Oh, wow.
So just very, very sick.
Very sick in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Your spirit left your body.
Yeah.
And you were in the spirit world.
Yeah, for 2.5 days.
And that's what happened there.
Well, maybe I should refer people to my book, New Revolution, where I talk about it. And go to Amazon. It's called New Revolution. But basically, I was given a tour of different parts of heaven and spirit realms and different worlds or degrees of glory, if you will, and was shown some of my past lives as well as things in my current life that had happened when I was younger. Had a life review. They took me through what you call the window of heaven, that's how I had access to some of these portals and things like that. And then they reminded me of some of the promises I made to my friends and family, including spirit family, that I would help prepare them for some of the things coming to the earth, including war in the United States.
Okay. So you came back, your spirit came back, and then you met Chad, or?
Yeah, so I didn't meet Chad and Tammy until the summer of 2014. Chad first contacted me in February of 2014. I was
So
on the
hung up,
Avow
girl.
website. I really only got on the Dreams and Vision part. I had a friend that was my Relief Society president when I was in the hospital as a
Relief
member of the
Society.
Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I was living in Overland Park, Kansas, and her brother-in-law happened to be my home teacher as well.
She's
So
doing a
their
shameless
family played an
plug, right?
integral
Or,
part in
rub
helping
in
me
right
and
there.
my
Hold on.
family.
Right there, where she's like, it was a member of this Relief Society. She was the president. That was like a dig. And she was also saying her brother, the way she said that, because if you recall, Julie Rowe was excommunicated in April of 2019. That's interesting,
When
right?
I was in the hospital as a member of the Church of I really only got on the Dreams and Vision part. I had a friend that was my Relief Society president when I was in the hospital as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Dig.
I was living in Overland Park, Kansas, and her brother-in-law happened to be my home teacher as well.
Another dig.
So their family played an integral part in helping me and my family when I got really sick. And she was only one of a few people that knew that I had had this near-death experience for a long time. And as when I came back and I started to wake up and work through
what she's saying right
what
there.
had happened to me and the trauma and all that, I started to open up to her more and told her about the dreams that I'd had, the night visions, the memories I had of what they'd shown me. And, I would cry to her about, some of the heartache that I saw coming to the world. And so that was in 2004 in September. And then I had another near-death experience a month later in October. And so she knew about that. And she told me about a vow. I think it was probably in 2006 or 2007.
Sorry.
And I got on under my own name because I'd never been on an online forum. And then I posted just a few things, but I quickly realized that to be in my own name would not be good because of how people treat you online.
Dig.
And so I quit posting. And then several years later, in 2013, I was prompted again to sign up again. There's a long break there where I wasn't on there at all.
Mhm.
And I never really looked at anything else on there. I knew it was like a prepper site where you could find things about solar and Dutch oven cooking and stuff,
Food storage.
Yeah. And because of what I saw coming, I've always been into food storage because I was raised that way in the church and my family, but I'm not like an extreme prepper, right?
Okay. This is coming from the same person who's, this is just some pictures I uploaded, some screen. Oh, that's not it. Well, damn. I thought I was slick right there. Let me find it. Here it is. I think I put it. No. Damn. What did I do with it? Hold on. I'm about to find it. Hold on. I pulled it up. Let's see. I'll just have to slap them back on there. Okay. So basically, these are screenshots that I had from a long time ago before she shut it down. The Greater Tomorrow Fund.org. This is basically a prepping nonprofit organization. Okay. That's all I'm saying. So, I mean, like right here, it says, Julie, Relief Fund founder. Okay. We know they all do these nonprofit organizations, and that's what they do it under. It's always, there's a guise, In 2004, Julie Rowe was a happy wife and mother. Then her health took a turn for the worse. While in a weakened state, her spirit left her body and entered the spirit world. Capital letter, capital letter. Okay, proper names. An ancestor named John greeted her there and showed her many wonderful places. He also allowed Julie to read from the book of life. So right here, I haven't read this in forever, but that right there is a big, huge red flag to me because it's the same bullshit that Chad Daybell was purporting, okay? That he could read from the book of life and that he can basically deem people dark and mark them for death, okay? And so I'm calling bullshit on this. This is one of their secret society bullshit terms, okay? Whatever MK Ultra programming they're on right now, I don't know, but it's some good shit. Okay, they're smoking the ganja. Anyways, that bothers me right there. Which showed her a panorama of the Earth's past, present, and future. These scenes included the Savior's. Hold on. the Savior's mortal life. Okay. And along with his crucifixion. So she got to see all this, y'all. And resurrection. During her time in the spirit world, Julie met several of the founding fathers. Cue in Tim Ballard and his bullshit with his American covenant or this theory about the covenant. Okay. It all goes hand in hand with the secret society and all these assholes. Okay. Who are practicing dark arts right in front of our faces. Okay. So, anyways, I think maybe her job was to spin shit also, you know. They expressed their worries about the country's eroding moral fabric, and she promised to share their counsel and warnings when she returned to Earth. Julie was then shown upcoming world events that will be both tragic and glorious. Earthquakes, famines, plagues, and wars are coming to the U.S., but Julie saw how God is preparing places of safety, Rexburg, right, to protect righteous people. Okay. Righteous. You're not righteous. Just know that. I mean, I'm talking to everybody in this audience right now. I'm not righteous either. Okay. We are not good enough. Okay. Okay. To protect righteous people from the coming calamities. She was shown that after the turmoil, America will rise above these tragedies and fulfill its destiny as a bastion of freedom and liberty. Julie has documented portions of her near-death experience and subsequent journey in a new book called, here's another shameless plug, right? And y'all, I have this whole, oh my God, I have this entire document that, I mean, I printed out a long time ago, but yeah, it's about yay thick, you know, it's like a damn book, but it's somebody who just shredded through her near-death experiences and claims that she was making it would make an interesting series to go over and just read them shredding her you know, everything that she was spewing at the time, everything that was going on in Avow at the time. I mean, it's huge. I call it 101 Damnations of Julie Rowe because it's huge and very informative. Let me know if you want to do that too. There's plenty to do. Okay. Okay, it doesn't say. Oh, From Tragedy to Destiny, a vision of America's future. You can order the book in print, or please don't, or digital format on Amazon. Proceeds go to the Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund. You don't say. Okay, then it goes, let's see, this is next. Let's see what she's got to say here. What is this? Oh Lord. Let me just load all these down. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. This one says JulieRowePrepare.com. And it says Julie is the wife and mother. Julie is a wife, mother, and friend. During a difficult illness, she had a near-death experience. Learn what she saw and what it means for you. Okay. Oh, okay. Please don't grace us with all your powers and might. Oh my God. The Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund. Excited to let you know that the Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund website is now live. It's not anymore. She pulled the plug on that. Okay. This is just the initial, or at least the website. I don't know if she's still doing it. That interview with Hidden True Crime, Julie is her name. I forget her last name right now. But, you know, this was still going on after the kids were found. So, and she was donating to that charity. So we need to dig that up. This is just the initial phase of the website with more to come at a later date. Please tell your friends and family about the website and help us spread the word about our relief effort. Okay. You don't say. All right. And then this, yeah, I remember playing this a long time ago. Audio Adrenaline. It's just a video with a song, Audio Adrenaline. Okay. And let's see, this says New Brian Hyde, y'all. He wrote something, and he's actually appeared on a few documentaries or those type of stories about Chad. Okay, he was I want to say he was a missionary with Chad or something. I don't remember right off. Brian Hyde interview, November 16, 2016. Brian Hyde, that's my birthday, May 3rd, May 3rd. Julie Rowe on the Blaze. On the Blaze. I wonder if that's what freaking Blaze Media was fracking. Oh my God. Oh my God. What's his name? Glenn Beck. Okay. With Kate Daly. Okay. She went to some of these Preparing a People / Firm Foundation / Book of Mormon Evidence / Firm Expos. You know, the circuit. Speaking engagements with Jason Mao, Chad Daybell, Melanie Gibb, Rod Meldrum, all these, Tim Ballard. She was excommunicated from the church too. Okay, Julie Rowe talking about the awakening. Oh Lord, in studio with Kate Daly. We need to look those up. Okay, I found these on my other phone, and I need to pull all this stuff on my other phone because it's some old stuff. So this is global displacement in 2014. 19.5 million people were displaced by disasters. That's approximately 1 person per second. Oh shit! Watch out. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Storms. Geez, I don't, let's not even go there because we can spend a whole lot of time. That's 48% to storms, 43% to floods, 8% to earthquakes. Okay. Source 8. Why aren't there any sources here or here? But earthquakes source HTTP. Wow, that's an oldie. www.unhcr.org. The organization, our team consists of a national board of directors, who Joel Gervine, that oversee 4 major, regions of the United States. Each of these regions is further delineated by divisions and its own communication chain. This makes no sense to me right now. Nothing. I'm like, wait, what am I even reading? You know, like I know I have a very short attention span, but it's just like, what? Our team consists of a national board of directors that oversee 4 major regions of the United States. Each of these regions is further delineated by divisions and its own communication chain that involves division contacts, area coordinators, various subcommittees, and numerous on-call volunteers. If you have like Chad Daybell on call, I'm just throwing that out there. Here it says, current GTRF divisions. We intend to extend our care international, worldwide, okay, as our volunteer network grows. New England, Mid-Atlantic, East, North, Central, West, North, Central, South Atlantic, East, South, Central, West, South, Central, Mountain, and Pacific. Okay, here's the regions. Oh, geez. Okay. It doesn't list who the board of directors are, does it? Division contact, area coordinator, committee. And this is on all 3. It just is a bunch of blah, 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 okay? Word shit. Donations, funds, how to get involved. Donate funds, supplies, or property. Property, you know? Become a GTRF volunteer. Attend a local service activity. Oh my God. Report a disaster in your area. Shop with a preferred partner. And then the Greater Tomorrow Really Fun, a private 501c3. Private. Are they all private? I don't know. I'm just asking because I really don't remember seeing private. Nonprofit organization headquartered in Kansas. Tax ID number 47-5354246. Screenshot this. Media inquiries, media at Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund. Okay, and this also was a description under her video, transitioning to the Church of the Firstborn. July 18, 2017, Julie and Eric discuss the transition to the Church of the Firstborn and touch on the Davidic servant. Okay, and it says describes the laws and conditions that exist in and defined various kingdoms. The telestial kingdom cannot be governed by terrestrial law. We live in the telestial kingdom. Remember when Chad and Lori had to get rid of the telestial obstacles? Remember that? That's my family, okay? And Tammy and Charles. That's what that is. So tell me she didn't know this shit and tell me she didn't believe this shit, okay? Sorry for saying shit a lot. But it says we live in the celestial kingdom and the earth will become the terrestrial kingdom during the millennium. Therefore, according to the laws of nature, the celestial church body will go through a sanctification process along with the earth. Same stuff that Tom Harrison talks about in here. Same exact copy paste. Okay. So I'm saying, I don't know if you would call it plagiarism, but it's definitely a team of people who are perhaps working together in their own individual ways to purport or to thwart this second coming that they call second coming, but it's really like slavery for the rest of us. Okay. There is a term and it's called NWO, or the acronym for it. So that's what these people do, in my opinion, allegedly. Okay, it says Ether 13:9, and there shall be a new heaven and new earth, and they shall be like unto the old, save the old have passed away, and all things have become new. As the earth, let's see. Oh, I gotta go this way. As the earth transitions into the terrestrial kingdom, so will the laws that govern this sphere. Just consider some of the laws and guiding principles of this kingdom that are not celestial in nature. While each are completely necessary for our current kingdom, they are not celestial in nature. Okay, no, that's written twice. And each will likely receive an upgrade. The law of tithing, home and visiting teaching, the word of wisdom, and the law of chastity. Note, if you're uncomfortable with this doctrine so far, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Just kidding. And ask if you are tethered to the laws or to the Savior. So, I mean, that's a lot. That's like very snooty. Very, I'm good. I'm better than you because are you tethered to the laws of the land or to the Savior who gave the laws? 3rd Nephi 15:5, Helaman 5:12. If you cling to if you cling to telestial law, the transition to the terrestrial law may be difficult. This is one of the reasons the earth will be cleansed and the wicked destroyed. D&C 88:24. Now they're going to throw the Jews into it. Consider the difficulty it was for the Jews and many of the Nephites who never existed. Okay, first off, let's just throw that in there. Which, I mean, in Emma's song just now, it said, Laban bad, Nephi good. Okay, straight up. So divided into 2 groups. She said that also. It's very interesting. Okay. Consider the difficulty it was for the Jews and many of the Nephites to accept the new gospel, okay, and do away with the law of Moses. When the Savior said, 3rd Nephi 15:3-5, marvel not that I said unto you that old things had passed away, and that all things had become new. Behold, I say unto you that the law is fulfilled that was given unto Moses. Behold, I am he that gave the law, and I am he who covenanted, keyword, with my people Israel. Therefore the law in me is fulfilled, for I have come to fulfill the law, therefore it hath an end. Anyways, I think it was the last one. Nope. By the time Christ returns, his new church will already be built, and it will be called the Church of the Firstborn. It's in everything, okay? Hebrews, okay. Joseph Smith translation and D&C. A lot of changing will be going on during the days of tribulation. Who will members of that new church be? Church of the Firstborn. The remnant, or those who remain after the tribulations. All these people, they're not like, they never talk about like, oh my God, when I die, I hope, that when I get judged, when I stand before Christ and God, that they will basically, he'll let me into heaven. Okay. So that's when you're judged, allegedly. But none of these people talk about any of that. They all talk about surviving the tribulations and, this whole new world, if you think about it. Okay, so yeah, you are a prepper, Julie. Just saying. These include, I'm sorry. It says, or those who remain after the tribulations who are righteous and love the Lord. This includes members of the LDS Church and others who are willing to accept the ordinances of the gospel of the secret society and follow the Savior, Jesus Christ. Read what the Savior told Joseph Smith in 1829, 1 year before the Church of Jesus Christ was restored. Behold, let me just go on up to it. Well, let me go back. Behold, I do not bring it, the gospel, to destroy that which they have received. And they put in parentheses, meaning the incomplete, but God, meaning the incomplete but true gospel practiced by Christians at the time, and in parentheses, but to build it up. And for this cause have I said, if this generation harden not their hearts, I will establish my church among them. Now I do not say this to destroy my church, but I say this to build up my church. Therefore, whosoever, where did that go? Okay, where'd it go? Okay, therefore, whosoever belongeth to my church need not fear. So as long as you're along for this political ride, in my opinion, this because that's all this is. Okay. Therefore, whosoever belongeth to my church need not fear, for such shall inherit the kingdom of heaven. You'll be allowed to go in there. Okay. They'll just only enslave you for a little bit. Nephi saw the days of tribulation and saw how the LDS church members and other Christians would work together. This, again, to me, this puts the church in the conspiracy. Let's just go here for just a second. Let's just entertain this. Pretend the church is bad or has bad intentions or has the same plan. Let's not even say bad intentions. Let's just say same plan as Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell and Tim Ballard. Okay. And let's say that, they're working with other churches or systems, that also have the same mindset. Okay. That, there's a lot of heinous abuse that goes on and gets covered up. There's a lot of denial. There's people that create the false memory syndrome foundation, to try and give perps a fake spin on things. Okay. Who testify as expert witnesses in major trials, saying that the false memory syndrome foundation is legit and that's really a thing, and it's not. So they've done a lot of damage, straight up. But it's the same thing. It's just a lot of deception. Okay. And okay, so just pretend they all have the same mindset, and they're all working together, because if you look, you'll see pictures of the Pope with President Nelson, with President M. Russell Ballard, with all of those big dudes up there in that Mormon church. Okay. And just pretend this isn't a us versus them. This isn't a me versus you. This is not black or white. This is just me asking people who belong to the system just to kind of question the system. Just kind of look at it like that, because you can still believe in God outside of the system. Okay. Just know that you don't have to have a middleman. You don't have to pay anybody. Okay. You don't have to support the system either. So anyways, but just kind of please think about that. That's me coming to you as just a fellow human. Okay. But I'll continue reading. It says, Nephi saw the days of tribulation and saw how the LDS church members and other Christians would work together. 1 Nephi 14:14. And it came to pass that I, Nephi, beheld the power of the Lamb of God, that it descended upon the 1, saints of the church of the Lamb, and 2, upon the covenant people of the Lord. Okay. If y'all don't know that the book that Tim Ballard wrote, The American Covenant, then they changed the name to, or was it the Covenant? And then either way, it's the Covenant. And I want y'all to know that throughout all this stuff, I had learned that I had read that M. Russell Ballard actually kind of pulled like what Chad Daybell did to Suzanne. Okay. Where he kind of took out all the LDS Mormon stuff and pointed it to a wider range of audience, target to target, basically, to write the book for, so that it would appeal to evangelists and, Christians. And so now the church is like kind of converting, and it's changing how it would always have Moroni. Okay. They were actually the only church that was able to cross brand for the Boy Scouts of America, because they had Moroni. Okay. And so, because Christian churches couldn't put crosses on any of that stuff. So it's just they're very smart, very clever, but now, when you look on Google Maps, you see a bunch of like Christian, like crosses. Okay. And Mormons are not about crosses at all. They're frowned upon. So I just find this very interesting that they're pointing their views and trying to maybe convince other people that they're Christian. Okay. Or that either way, everybody's being duped. Okay. That's just my opinion. Systems are duping people. And a lot of people don't think that men of God can do that. But I'm here to tell you, I believe that's the case, unfortunately. And I'm being real with you right now. It's alarming to me. It's alarming coming from some family that, my grandfather went and, studied in Rome and shook hands with Pope John Paul. That makes me quiver now, because it's just like, oh my God, it's just so deceptive. And through this case, have I been able to kind of see this? And I wasn't looking for this. So it's just one of those things where I'm like, whoa, this is going on. And this is their plan. This is what's going on. Allegedly, in my opinion. Take it. You don't have to believe me, but just please do some research. Just learn for yourself. That's the best thing you can do. That's my best advice to you. And then share with you what you learn, share with us. And because we want to know. I do. I don't know everything for sure. Back to this.
I don't consider myself a prepper. In fact, that term bugs me because I think it's like too extreme. But because I was feeling very lonely about what I was experiencing, it was nice to read other people's dreams and visions who had been shown similar things. And I had additional witnesses. And so this friend of mine, knew that. And she gave me a couple of books as well, Sarah Monet's book and some other books, of people that had had experiences.
Okay.
And that really helped me early on. So then in 2013, so when I had my near-death experience, I was told that I was to share my story through a book and speaking publicly in about what they said 9 Earth years. And I was laughing at the 9 Earth years because my husband's like, if you say 9 Earth years, you sound like a weirdo.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that's what they said to me because there's a lot of other planets in the galaxy. And this is planet Earth. And they said, planet Earth.
Y'all remember when Melanie Gibbs, like, not on this Earth life? I pick it all the time because I'm like, Earth life. Anyways.
And so I then was told in October of
That's a good
2013, I had a severe adversarial attack. That's just kind of what I experienced.
She was
I woke up
told?
from my near-death experience. A lot of it told in, and so I then was told in October of 2013, I had a severe adversarial attack. That's just kind of what I experienced since I woke up from.
Could it maybe have been an allergic reaction? There's modern medicine for that stuff, girl.
My near-death experience, a lot of very. For me, it's very physical. In fact, last night,
usually
because of this interview, I was up half the night just being physically attacked.
We can tell. And it's like she's still medicated, in my opinion.
Attacked, very physical.
Like physically? Like
yes.
By things you see? Or?
By demons and unclean spirits.
Oh,
and they're
Lord.
attacking you.
I can sometimes see them. Usually I feel them, and they'll choke me, sit on me, squeeze me.
That is called, oh my God, what is it called? I always forget this word. Always. It's not a special occasion or anything, but whenever you have like sleep paralysis, that kind of thing, which they would say is a demon.
Punch me. Yeah.
There will be people that hear that and think you're crazy.
Yes, they will, but people already think I'm crazy, so they can think what they want.
Yeah. So, and I'm not discounting your experience at all. There will be people watching that saying, how does that happen to her and nobody else?
Right. It does happen to other people. They just don't talk about it.
Okay. Yeah. So you have your near-death experience. Chad reaches out to you through the AVAL website when you get back on
In
and
February
says,
of 14.
February of 2014, and says we should write a book together.
Right.
Good
Well, in
catch.
October 14,
Oh my gosh.
I had.
Hold on. Okay, so Angie Fremke says she was up all night before the interview. She walked in and requested. That's a good catch right there. Let me go back.
This attack, and I was actually at a restaurant, and I'd been having dreams about the books again, and the spirit had been telling me it's coming soon.
No, I didn't go back.
We should write a book together.
Right. Well, in October 14, I had this attack, and I was actually at a restaurant.
I don't know if I went back
We
enough.
should write a book site when you get
Yeah.
back on.
In
And
February
says,
of 14.
February of 2014, and says we should write a book together.
Right. Well, in October 14, I had this attack, and I was actually at a restaurant, and I'd been having dreams about the books again, and the spirit had been telling me it's coming soon. And I would ask, you know, in my mind as I talked to the Lord, well, when? Because it's been about 9 years. And they just said, sometime after the first of the year, he will contact you. You don't need to worry about it. I wasn't given his name. I could just see him in my mind's eye.
Chad.
And I was told, you'll know, and he'll find you. Don't worry about it. So I didn't ever do anything to try to publish my book or anything. But when I had this, that had been going on for a couple of days. When I had this attack, I was at a restaurant, and I went into the restroom because it got so severe. I was just trying to get away from the group that I was with so I could kind of work through the energy that was happening. And I ended up very, very sick, throwing up in the restroom, and it got worse. And I ended up basically collapsing on the floor of the restroom bathroom. And that's when I heard very clearly, have no fear. And I said, why does this keep happening to me? And what I heard was an audible voice that said, don't ask why, ask what, and ask how.
Don't ask.
What are you to learn, and how are you to serve? And at that moment, I said that in my thoughts, and I felt this swishing energy, and I felt this light come in, and the demon or whoever it was that had me around the neck, I felt it release, and I had some interesting visuals about light warriors that came in, and there was basically a battle going on right there in that bathroom.
Between light and dark.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Remember when Melanie Gibbon, this is not the person to be, you know, like, I'm not trying to set this example up, but when she told Chad and Lori in that recording, you would have been protected. He would have protected you if it wasn't for all the dark junk and dark portals you were opening up and playing with, right? I think it all goes back to what Janelle Murphy has shared with us time and time and time again, which is intent. Like, what is their intention? If you have that in your heart, you know, hate, lust, greed, ego, all those bad murder, you know, if you have all that in your heart, then, you know, that's kind of what you're going to attract. At least that's my understanding of it. So I think it's very good advice, Janelle. I'm just saying, I've thought about it and I've seen you write that time and time again. But I think that's what it all boils down to. Melanie Gibb included. We're all included. That counts for all of us.
And with the gifts that I have, because of my veil being thin, I don't see everything, but often they will show me quite a bit, and it's pretty sci-fi. It's pretty crazy stuff. The veil really is a blessing for people. So anyway, that's the background. So I knew it was coming. I just didn't know when. And then he private messaged me. I was prompted to post more about my dreams and visions, and started posting about my near death. And then he found me, and in February, he messaged me, private message, and said, I'm an author and publisher. Would you be interested in doing a book? And I saw his picture, and he looks different than what I had in my mind's eye. They showed me like.
He did the same thing to Hector. He just said, Tammy, gotta go. And he went to Hector's house, knocked on his door, and yeah, he let him in. I don't know why. And I mean, what? No, there's something more to that story, at least on Chad's end for sure, because you don't just be proselytizing about you being their publisher. Hustle and flow, right? Oh my gosh.
I'm an author and publisher. Would you be interested in doing a book?
Somebody set that
And
up somewhere.
I saw his picture, and he looked different than what I had in my mind's eye. They showed me like a different look because his picture was earlier. So actually,
So how was that Chad then? How are you assured and so sure that that was Chad Daybell? You know, you saw him, you envisioned it, blah, blah, blah. Your angels told
he
you.
looked like what I saw when I met him in the summer of 14. But I wrote my first book in 6 weeks. So we started it in March.
Gotta be a
I gave
quality
him the first
product.
draft in 3 weeks. I went to Grand Canyon with my family for spring break for 5 days.
Grand Canyon. Interesting.
He did initial edits, and it went to press 3 weeks later after that. And so it went to press in April of 14 and came out early to mid-May of 14. I didn't meet Tammy and their kids and Chad in person until July of 14.
So later
in
that summer.
Provo, because they were living in Springville. I met them in Provo.
What was Chad like? What was his family like?
Very nice. Socially introverts, all of them. Very.
Oh, go tell John Pryor. Or don't tell John Pryor, because he's like, you know, Chad's an introvert. Tammy was an introvert. She wouldn't tell coworkers basically that, you know, her health was failing her. Remember? But I do see them being introverted in that sense. Or is it possible that Chad Daybell was controlling coercively his wife and his children from behind the veil, if you will?
Very kind of quiet people. The contrast in energy was kind of crazy because my kids and I, and my husband we're pretty talkative, loud people, you know? So our family cultures were like opposite. I would say honestly, they're socially awkward, but really nice people. Really, really nice people.
And from what I understand, your first book did pretty well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many copies we sold. Thousands.
Enough to write more.
Yeah, I had my second book that went to press. So on that trip where I met them in person, after my book went to press, it had only been out a month. And one of my guardian angels, well, basically I say the Lord, but really, you know, sometimes it's the Lord's voice himself, and sometimes he sends messengers like through my guardian angels or ministering angels. And I remember my book had been out 3 weeks, and I had told everyone I'm only doing one book because that's all they told me, and I had no desire to write anymore. And after I did a radio show on Mills Crenshaw and told everybody that, literally the next day I got a message from the other side of the veil, and they're like, "Hey, there's another book." And I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
She's like, "Are you kidding me, wall?" She's looking at the wall and she's like, "Really, another book? Damn." Okay, I don't understand. Like, okay, I have thoughts all the time, but I don't ever chalk it off to my angel or God or something divine or someone divine talking to me. It's called having your own thoughts, which obviously, as a parent, none of these people have their own effing thoughts. Or if they do, they chalk it off to divine intervention or something, and they never hold any kind of responsibility or culpability or accountability for this. Okay, that's why it always goes to somebody else. Somebody else did it. Somebody deceived them. Somebody always damn deceived them. Okay, it's
And so I took a lot of flack for that because I told everybody I'm only doing one book, and then
don't tell people your shit. It's so easy. Don't tell people your intentions. That's just my advice, or learning from my own mistakes. You know, you don't tell people if you want to lose weight. You don't go announce to everybody that you are going on a diet, because, oh my God, people will remind you of that. And then you might not be keeping your end of the deal up, you know, or just, you might not be backing up what you're saying. And so, again, I think if you really mean it, you say what you mean and you mean what you say. It's a very simple concept. I appreciate people who say what they mean and mean what they say. I don't care what it is. Just hit me with the truth so I can work around that. I can't work around lies, you know, because then I'm like, wait, what? It just is weird. And it's just disrespectful, in my opinion. And it also invites a lot of unwanted, like, people. It's messy. It's messy.
Like, I said, "Oh, I have another one," you know?
Yeah.
So people are like, "Oh, she just wants to be famous." I'm like, no. See, this is how it goes with communication. They only tell you what you need to know when you need.
Okay, but why do you got to tell everybody? Okay, so why do you have to tell everybody your business between you and your alleged angels or whatever? The wall.
Need to know it to get to the next level of your progression or your place in your plan or to help or whatever. And I wouldn't have been open to it anyway, right? And so then I opened my heart and I was like, okay, Lord, if you want me to do another one, I will. And that book came out October 15th. It took me 8 weeks to write.
That same
Another
year.
quality product.
And you worked with Chad on that one.
Mhm.
Now, how many books did you write with him?
Too many.
Well, I did I have to add them up again. I think it's 5. A Greater Tomorrow, The Time Is Now, From Tragedy to Destiny, my biography, which was Rising Above the Flames, and then we did podcast books. And we started to transcribe.
Straight up, Mike Stroud did the same thing, and actually, members of Lori's family are doing this now. Silver linings, so you just, because I thought about it too, and I was like, but I say a lot of different things, and nothing stays on topic, So if you've heard the podcast, they basically take those podcasts, get the transcript, and send them to press, and then you buy it all over again when you can listen to it for free on YouTube. Okay.
Subscribe the podcast on Julie Rowe Show, and we got one of those out. Chad didn't have the funding. We'd only sold, maybe 1,000 of them, and we just decided it wasn't worth putting them in print. We just did the ebooks on them.
What happened with your relationship with Chad?
So
nasty.
It was a gradual drifting apart. We finished publishing my book in the summer of 2017. And then we did the podcast book shortly after that. It was kind of going on simultaneously. And we didn't have any more books. And I had been shown in vision and told at that time that the actual title of my biography that would come out and go more worldwide, or at least in the United States, was going to be a different title. It was called Gifted for a Purpose. And Chad turned that title down. Actually, Eric Smith came up with that title. And I was told very clearly, this is the book. This is the title, and there are certain things in it. Chad wouldn't include certain things in the biography. They always did the design covers, but the first 2 books I saw in vision, and then he found the pictures on the internet and presented them to me, and I said, yeah, that's it. So there were some really good experiences on a spiritual level with him. With Rising Above the Flames, I didn't have the experience. He saw it in vision. He picked it out. Tammy designed it, presented it to me, and I really didn't care for it. It's got this big eye on it, but the Spirit said, this is what it's supposed to be right now. Just let this go out, and then later on,
let me see what book you're talking about.
Presented to me, and I really didn't care for it. It's vision. He with him. With Rising Above the Flames, I didn't have the experience. He saw it in vision. He picked it out. Tammy designed it, presented it to me, and I really didn't care for it. It's got this big eye on it, but the Spirit said, this is what it's supposed to be right now. Just let this go out, and then later on, I had envisioned what the other title of the book would be and the other cover. That makes sense?
Yeah.
And so I always knew, like, this isn't the real biography.
Oh, Lord.
But it took a year and a half to write that. Eric Smith helped.
Okay, let's look at this cover real quick, because oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Right here. Right here. Look at the damn eyeball. Anyways, people who follow symbolism, you know what it's saying. Okay, then we have The Time Is Now. Okay. The Julie Rowe Show, Into the Light. What the hell? Out of Darkness into Light. The Julie Rowe Show, volume 5. Oh, here we go. Oh my God, I need to get this book. Memories from the Book of Life. Actually, I just got to look at her podcast because, her YouTube her YouTube videos, I'm sorry, because that's all she did was take the transcripts from these videos that she made with Eric and put them into books. And she collected $17.63. Okay. Per book, for that one at least. Yeah, let's see. Memories. Okay. Memories from Adam to Jacob. Memories from Joseph to Moses. Aaron to Nephi on the tower. Messages from Mary. Yeah, she has all these uploaded to YouTube. I can't really read all this. It's some warrior. What? I'm just trying to damn read it so I can. What? Okay. Oh my gosh. Let's see the back. Mary Magdalene, and okay, Queen Isabella, Hawaiian warrior to Sarah Good, memories from Ben Franklin to Anne Frank, Oh gosh. Daniel and Isaiah, temple worship transitions, thy kingdom come. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, so she's her nonprofit, okay, that's a super sketch, is focused on creating safe houses and rescuing victims of human what? Trafficking. And then one time she even said soul trafficking, and I was like, "What the F does that even look like? Please, please tell me." And then I was like, "Wait, Chad raided my family lineage, okay? He used, like my family's family tree, and rated whether people lived or died." And I'm like, "Is this soul trafficking?" I'm just saying, these are things that I've questioned myself. It's just weird. Just super, super convenient, I think. Anyways, so that's interesting. Let me just look at this real quick. Julie Rowe first gained national attention in 2014 with the publication of her books, A Greater Tomorrow and The Time Is Now. In those books, she told of her near-death experience. That just says one, doesn't say experiences, and this is in 2018. When she was taken to the spirit world and was shown future world events. Julie also appeared on several radio talk shows to spread her message of the need to prepare for troubled times. She also, in those radio shows, especially Mills Crenshaw, and I remember hearing it a long time ago, it was a lot of coded, like, weird words, like the dominoes are falling and Trump and clinking glasses, and it sounded a lot like her weird voicemail. She says it's not code, that Adam Vance, the guy who it was his voicemail. I mean, it was to him. Okay, she's doing a call out. Okay, and he said that it was just Julie Rowe, and I don't know. I don't disagree with him when he says that it's she was suffering from some kind of mental condition. Obviously, allegedly, in my opinion, but I do think there's more there, and I'm not just going to buy that. And I don't buy it. Let me put this in real quick. Hold on. I know I have it on my channel. Let me go look real quick. Hold on. Actually, I'll play more of that interview, and that way we're not just sitting here in dead silence and wasting time. And I'm gonna look for that also.
Helped write it. Eric's the one that does the podcast with me on Julie Rush on Eyes Open. So I don't know where I'm going with
so
that.
So you worked with Tammy. I mean, if she was designing it,
yeah.
And did you have a good relationship with her?
Oh, Tammy and I were great friends. Yeah, I wasn't as close to her as I was Chad, because Chad worked on the writing side with me and the editing. I only talked to Tammy on the phone maybe half a dozen times. And we would text here and there, but again, she's an introvert. She doesn't text her. I was chalked up to that. She was pretty shy. When I came to Springville, because they moved to Rexburg in 2015, and
Right.
Chad called me up right after he had the vision of moving to Rexburg. I know that whole story and how that all happened. And I can vouch that how he wrote it in his book is what he told me before he told anybody else.
What did he tell you? He called you one day and said
he was still in Idaho with their family vacation and called me, and he said, I was just at the gas station and I got this visual, and I heard, on the other side of the bell that I'd be moving to Rexburg soon. And I was like, really? I said, so how's Tammy going to feel about that? And he goes, well, she's not going to like it. I mean, they're both from Springville, Utah, born and raised. They met in Springville. They fell in love in Springville, And he was pretty confident that in time, when it was right, the Spirit would work upon her heart. And if they were supposed to move, they would move. And that is what happened. She struggled with it. But I talked personally to Tammy about it, and she had her own witness from the Spirit. She wasn't just doing what Chad said when they went to Idaho.
she felt that it was right to go too.
Oh, yeah.
because he
she was
did.
very in tune.
Gotta
She didn't
fall
have
in
the
line.
same gifts that Chad had, but she has one of the best hearts of anybody I ever met, and very, very, very kind. Very genuine, not a fake person.
What would you say Chad's gifts are? Being a visionary?
Right?
He's visionary.
Thank
He
you
has
for
some
asking
gift of
that too,
hearing.
yeah.
And he, I know he's going to watch this. He's not going to like that I say this, and he's probably sitting out there. Truthfully, as I got to know him, I realized that I had more gifts, that mine were more expansive, that my gift of hearing was sharper.
You mean gift of hearing the spirit?
Yes, gift of hearing the spirit. So there's different hearing gifts and sight gifts, different types of vision. Sometimes people can see it in their mind's eye. Sometimes they actually see it with their eyes. Sometimes it's more like on the crown of the head. It just depends on what the visionary gift is. And I have all of those. Chad, the way he described it to me was he would look down, like when he was writing a manuscript, and he could kind of see it in his mind's eye, like through his third eye, is how he described it to me, which is different than how it works for me. I usually just see it, and I can see multiple dimensions.
So if he is a visionary, why didn't he foresee all of everything that's happened?
Right. I can't answer that for Chad, but I can tell how it works for me.
Did you foresee any of this?
I heard that how to explain that? I did not foresee, and I still have not seen exactly what happened to Tammy and the kids. I'm being blocked from that. The Lord tells me that is for my protection, and that I am being unveiled more. So we're all veiled. And there's not a single visionary on the planet that sees everything, right? Because you still have a veil. Even people that have these amazing gifts that seem like, they can see, you can't. That's not how it works. You get bits and pieces. You might get a flash. You might get a scene. Every now and then it looks like a video, but there's always pieces missing. And then you, based on your own belief system, which can often be false beliefs, you put the pieces together to make sense of what you're seeing. And it's the same thing with the hearing gifts, right? And you have to learn to discern, is this coming from the light side? Is this coming from the dark side? Because they can imitate.
Lord.
Satan has a counterfeit for everything. And he has his...
How about don't, oh my God, that's not cool. Because everything is not divine, okay? It's called moral compass, okay? And you just kind of bouncing around in your head, when it feels right and wrong. I mean, these people know when to lie, so
spirits that pretend to be the Lord, or to pretend to be Joseph Smith, or pretend to be whoever, Smith. Right?
Bad excuse.
And they're very good at mimicking. And after being and reigning on this planet for thousands of years, they have mastered body language, energy. They can. There's this false belief that the adversary can't read your thoughts. Well, they can read that energy, and depending on how smart that individual is, because they have their ranks, right? Of their, they have their, I guess you could call them their minions or their entry level infantry type soldiers, and then they have their lieutenants and captains.
Straight up, the church hierarchy or whatever it calls. Basically, trolls in Mormonism is minions. So, for what it's worth,
captains and generals that are more skilled at rising the ranks, and they're taught and they're schooled just like we have on the light side with our light warriors. And so, depending on who you're listening to, or what your gifts are, and what your belief system is, or false belief, or if you have impure heart energy, which every one of us has because we live in a telestial world, and we have imperfect DNA that's been passed down, and there's a lot of.
And remember, Chad and Lori their whole mission was to get rid of telestial obstacles. I was going to say objections, but that's not right. Obstacles. Okay.
Factors there.
Weird.
When we have any kind of impure energy like lust or pride or ego or arrogance or vain ambition, which is, and I'm not casting stones at Chad, this is literally what the Lord's told me. That is what his downfall was, is that he was looking through dirty filters. And the adversary can implant false visions and can implant false thought energy and make you think that it's a light warrior or the Lord, or sometimes you think it's actually your own voice. And it goes both ways with light or dark. Does that make sense?
Didn't you say that you had a vision that the kids were safe?
So yes, but I've been unveiled on some more of that.
Oh,
Tell me
well.
about that.
I was told the kids are safe. I saw them in a room in a
Yeah.
house with this beautiful furniture. There was like this couch and there's like these wicker chairs, super bright, big windows. Through the window, I could see palm trees and ferns and beautiful tropical. And then out the window, it was like a beachfront property and I could see the beach, the sand. And then they showed me a scene where the kids were at the beach and Tylee was with them. And there were other adults in the room. I could sense them and feel them, but they didn't show me who they actually were. Well, then they showed me Chad and Lori in Hawaii at the beach. The room I saw was different. I would see them at a resort and then I saw them in some other room, but I couldn't tell exactly if they're in the same room. So I made an assumption, fully admit, that I assumed they were all together. Okay. Well, it wasn't until I don't know how long after that, 3 or 4 weeks or something after I came out with my first podcast, I said the kids are safe and I see them in Hawaii and they're all at the beach or whatever. That then I started learning some more things. And the Spirit said, you need to like listen better. You need to, there's some other things you need to learn here. And then the scene changed and I saw Chad and Lori still at the beach and mostly at the resort, but they were going different places. I saw them on the island of Lanai and I was told they were there just a couple of days. And I still saw the kids at the beach, but I never actually saw them together.
So?
And then I saw the kids in another room and I started picking up. So at first the emotions, because I'm an empath, on both sides of the veil, I can sense energy and the feelings and emotions of people. And I was contrasting it because Tammy for 3 weeks was overjoyed and happy. And I saw a big reunion for her with all her ancestors. And they were like so happy to have her home. And that was for about 3 weeks while I was seeing the kids in a good place. And Charles was in this darker dimension and he was depressed. He was upset. Right. He felt betrayed. He felt guilty and shame and all these negative emotions that I often see.
No, ma'am. That is not what you said. That is not at all what you said. Here, let's remind ourselves. Let's remind us.
19. I'm Eric Smith and I'm interviewing.
Okay.
Welcome to Eyes Open. Today is December 26, 2019. I'm Eric Smith and I'm interviewing Julie Rowe, a visionary woman from Kansas who has experiences and insights and gifts that can be useful in times when the media or other situations are not reporting the whole message. And we find ourselves in that situation now. Julie, what would you have said 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we started all this stuff? Would we ever be doing a podcast on Chad Daybell, our common friend and acquaintance?
Well, for those that don't know, Chad Daybell has been my publisher 4 books. I've written several other books and self-published with Eric, but yeah, I saw some stuff coming, but I did not necessarily see the FBI and the Rexford police after Chad Daybell.
Right. Well, that's it. You know, it's not very often someone you know close, their name goes to media, let alone national coverage. And so it's been disheartening for me and kind of sobering to see his picture on these news sources. And we know him so well. It's like, something's not adding up. And so
I need to backtrack a little bit because actually I didn't see it, but I heard it. So there's a difference. Sometimes I see stuff, sometimes I hear it. So after his wife.
Is that what she just said in that damn interview? I don't remember, and I don't want to drag you all through all that just to go see. But didn't she just say that she has gifts different than Chad and that she sees things and he saw things differently or something like that? Okay. I'm just noting that.
There's a difference.
There is a difference.
Sometimes I see stuff, sometimes I hear it. So after his wife died, and we'll go into this, after his wife died, I had some interesting thought messages come to me, had a few interesting visuals, but sometimes you don't know if it's the light side or the dark side. You have to discern where the source is.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, right.
Yeah.
Can you briefly go into your history of knowing and working with Chad?
Sure. Be happy to. Chad is and has been a close friend. He first contacted me online on a
I thought he went
website,
to
a
a
cover
door.
website called Avow, Another Voice of Warning, in February. I think it was February of 2014. We actually wrote my first book, or from March time frame. I wrote the first 3 weeks of it before spring break, so that I'm looking kind of like February, March time of 2014, and the book came out. I think it was like May 14th of 2014, something like that. And I'd not even met Chad in person at that point. I had only
What?
seen him in vision, and he had seen me in vision. We didn't meet in person until July of 2014, when I met he and his wife Tammy and their
That's
children.
not what she said.
They have 5 children. We met in Utah at that time. He was living in Springville, Utah, and I was living in Arizona.
Okay. And through the course of those interviews and discussions you had with Chad as you were writing books, would you say you got to know him pretty well?
I knew him very well. In fact, we talked on the phone every day while we were writing
that did
book.
corroborate.
I wrote it, and he would edit.
Okay, she said right here, and the book came out, I think it was like May, and I'd not even met Chad in person at that point. I didn't meet him in person until July 14, and then we go back over here, and I backed it up to this.
Tammy and their kids, early to mid-May of 14. I didn't meet Tammy and their kids and Chad in person until July of
Okay, so that
14,
checks out.
So later
in
that summer.
Provo, because they were living in Springville. I met them in Provo.
Okay, now let's go back over here. I'm just corroborating it because it sounds weird. Okay.
July of 2014, when I met he and his wife, and the book came
I
out.
went back.
I think it was like May 14th of 2014, something like that. And I'd not even met Chad in person at that point. I had only seen him in vision, and he had seen me in vision. We didn't meet in person until July of 2014, when I met he and his wife Tammy and their children. They have 5 children. We met in Utah at that time. He was living in Springville, Utah, and I was living in Arizona.
Okay. And through the course of those interviews and discussions you had with Chad as you were writing books, would you say you got to know him pretty well?
I knew him very well. In fact, we talked on the phone every day while we were writing that book. I wrote it, and he would edit it, and we would work together on it because he had seen similar things related to the future. And we talked about foreign troops invading and all kinds of stuff.
Normal
it was
stuff.
actually that first summer when I met Tammy that my angels on the other side of the veil told me that Tammy would at some point in time in the future pass to the other side. That's a whole story in itself. I never mentioned a word of that to Chad.
Mind reader.
He came to me later because he's visionary also, and he had been given some insight from the light side on the other side of the veil that his
How do
wife
you
was going
know?
to pass.
Because after that, she recants everything after the kids are found, and she's like, "Oh, I know where he's getting his. It's the damn dark side." And she appears on freaking documentaries with my parents, and I'm like, you're not a truth teller, honey.
Talked about it extensively. I do energy work. I did energy work with him to try to help him clear the emotions that he was feeling. He was grieving terribly at the news the light side was giving him. He was heartbroken. He cried to me several times.
The light side was
about
giving
it.
him.
I cried with.
Oh shit! I had the wrong button. Obviously, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
Do you have?
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Okay, let me get back to where we were.
Would at some point in time in the future pass to the other side. And edit those books, and he edited all mine and helped me get publication and helped. When the media stuff happened to me in 2014, 15, and 16 with a lot of bad press, Chad was right there by my side every day, helping me.
Because you were his bankroll, honey. Okay, straight up. He was invested. I mean, he had a invested interest. Just
work through that energy and deal with the media and the bad press that was going on, because I hit national newsstands too, clear over in England and Malaysia and stuff, and it was all a bunch of lies.
Did I pass? Look, because I skipped on accident. I don't know where we were. Okay, here we go.
Things related to the future, and we talked about foreign troops invading and all kinds of stuff. It was actually that first summer when I met Tammy that my angels on the other side of the veil told me that Tammy would at some point in time in the future pass to the other side.
And they don't find that super duper like sus, or you don't tell Tammy? I mean, wouldn't you want to tell her?
That's a whole story in itself. I never mentioned a word of that to Chad.
Yeah, it is.
He came to me later because he's visionary also, and he had been given some insight from the light side on the other side of the veil that his wife was going to pass. We talked about it extensively. I do energy work. I did energy work with him to try to help him clear the emotions that he was feeling. He was grieving terribly at the news the light side was giving him.
He was grieving terribly at the news the light side said was giving him, or the light side was giving him. Wouldn't you do that to the dark side? Or that don't make sense to me.
He was heartbroken. He cried to me several times about it. I cried with him. And so there's a long history here with Chad, doing energy work together, as well as my public speaking events where he would come, not to all of them, but several, book signings. And like I said, I was good friends with his wife, Tammy, too. I didn't talk to her as often as I did, but she designed the covers on my books. She's the background computer side of their business, their publishing business. She published his. He's a well-known author in the LDS community. He had, I think, 25 books of his own, writing a fictional series related to tribulations and foreign troops invasion, stuff like that. So we were close enough friends that I would help him edit those books, and he edited all mine and helped me get the publication and helped. When the media stuff happened to me in 2014, 15, and 16 with a lot of bad press, Chad was right there by my side every day, helping me work through that energy and deal with the media and the bad press that was going on. Because I hit national newsstands too, clear over in England and Malaysia and stuff. And it was all a bunch of lies.
Speaking of news media, Julie, as I watch these, they're making a pretty compelling case about some of the accusations against him. Do you think it's possible that Chad and his new wife, Lori, are innocent of any foul play? All these accusations?
Not only is it possible, I know he is. Okay. I know Chad Daybell.
Double down.
I know him. Now, let me back it up a little bit. See, we haven't done a book together since you helped me write my biography. And what was that, 2017?
Yeah,
was that when that book came out?
Oh, I think so.
December 17. So I haven't actually published a book with Chad. So our interactions were fewer over the last year and a half. But we would talk anywhere from every couple of weeks to once a month. Sometimes it was once a week, just catching up on our families and our kids. And I would do sessions with him to help him, and he'd help me. And just to kind of touch base of where we thought we were, what we see going on in our world in the United States in regards to like earthquakes that we've seen coming, foreign invasions, economy collapsing, things like that. So we would touch base and serve as witnesses for each other and helping some of this. He continued working. I spoke one time at the Preparing the People conference in Rexburg for half an hour. That's it. That's what my angels told me to do. And then I was told to distance myself from that group and that I had another path and that I needed to start doing podcasts of my own, which is what I've done on a YouTube channel under the Julie Rowe Show. And so I've done those podcasts with you, Eric, when we started that. And I was also told by my angels to start my relief organization, the Greater Tomorrow Relief Organization, Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund. And I started that in 2015. And Chad was aware of all of that, but he was not intricately involved in my business. He always stayed out of any of my public meetings that I had related to my relief organization. He always stayed out of my energy classes and my business stuff. I only worked with him on the books and then as a friend. And so last year, we talked less and less. We didn't talk every day. It wasn't even once a week. It was sporadic, but it was often because we didn't have a need, right? We weren't working on a project. Lori Brellos, I've never met her, but I did see her in vision. And I have a mutual friend who sent me a picture of her and Chad and a few other women in somebody's kitchen. I don't know whose kitchen it was, but I remember the day that Chad met her because my friend told me that they had all met and she sent me a picture of them and said, hey, these ladies want to meet you. Well, my angels told me, no, I'm not supposed to give them my contact information. I have serious security issues that have been going on since I've gone public.
Do y'all know any angels, or have you heard any stories of angels needing contact information? I just want to know because I don't want to be ignorant on this shit. Okay. Maybe I'm just not up to speed with the cool kids. That's a good face right there. All right. Anyways, just saying, what the hell do your angels, your alleged so-called angels, need freaking? What are they worried about your damn contact info? They don't give a shit.
I'm very careful about who gets my phone number. And so I did not get in touch with those women and they did not get my number. They actually tried a couple of times in the last year and a half.
Well, how? How'd they get you if you didn't give it to them?
Volunteering to help with my energy classes and things like that. And I was told to distance myself from that group.
Why would they call and just offer help to your energy classes?
Group for my protection and for theirs. That's what my angels told me. I didn't.
Everything's for everybody's damn protection except for Tylee and JJ and Tammy and Charles.
Know what it meant. I was just being obedient to my angels. So
obedient to her angels. Noted.
Chad and I talked. I knew he had met Lori. I knew they were.
Okay. Again, you didn't go tell Tammy or anybody, that she was going to die and her husband was cheating on her?
Were friends. I also knew that I don't necessarily always agree with Chad, and he doesn't always agree with me, but we have a common respect for each other. I believe that he still considers me a friend. I consider him a friend. And I just watched a news program today where they said, anybody that has information about this story, please contact 911 or the media. Well, I contacted Kansas Star on Tuesday and reported what I know about
Kansas City Star. She said that so damn fast.
Chad Daybell. They haven't run a thing. I contacted the East Idaho News. They sent me a text back or an email back, and they said, what do you have to share, Julie? To which I responded, I'll get back to you, because it was Christmas and I knew I was doing this podcast. So I had my team,
Her team, which consists of Satan. I'm just kidding. So here we go.
What was Chad like? What was his family like?
Very nice.
We'll go
Socially introverts, all of them. Very
Okay,
very,
I had to go back to find out that date.
They're lieutenants and captains and generals that are more skilled at rising the ranks, and they're taught and they're schooled just like we have on the light side with our light warriors. And so depending on who you're listening to or what your gifts are and what your belief system is or false belief, or if you have impure heart energy, which every one of us has because we live in a telestial world and we have imperfect DNA that's been passed down, and there's a lot of factors there. When we have any kind of impure energy like lust or pride or ego or arrogance or vain ambition, which is, and I'm not casting stones at Chad, this is literally what the Lord's told me, that is what his downfall was, is that he was looking through dirty filters. And the adversary can implant false visions and can implant false thought energy and make you think that it's a light warrior or the Lord, or sometimes you think it's actually your own voice. And it goes both ways with light or dark. Does that make sense?
Didn't you say that you had a vision that the kids were safe?
So yes, but I've been unveiled on some more of that.
Tell me about that.
I was told the kids are safe. I saw them in a room, in a house, with this beautiful furniture. There was like this couch and there's like these wicker chairs, super bright, big windows. Through the window, I could see palm trees and ferns and beautiful tropical.
Okay,
and
so
then out the window, it was like a beachfront property, and I could see the beach, the sand. And then they showed me a scene where the kids were at the beach, and Tylee was with them. And there were other adults in the room. I could sense them and feel them, but they didn't show me who they actually were. Well, then they showed me Chad and Lori in Hawaii at the beach. The room I saw was different. I would see them at a resort, and then I saw them in some other room, but I couldn't tell exactly if they're in the same room. So I made an assumption, fully admit, that I assumed they were all together.
You made a mistake.
Okay. Well, it wasn't until, I don't know how long after, that 3 or 4 weeks or something after I came out with my first podcast, I said, the kids are safe, and I see them in Hawaii, and they're all at the beach or whatever, that then I started learning some more things. And the Spirit said,
learning.
You need to like listen better. You need to, like, there's some other things you need to learn here.
She started listening better. I mean, watching news sources, mainly. I'm thinking, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that.
They're all at the beach or whatever. That then I started learning some more things. And the Spirit said, you need to like listen better. You need to, like, there's some other things you need to learn here. And then the scene changed, and I saw Chad and Lori still at the beach and mostly at the resort, but they were going different places. I saw them on the island of Lanai, and I was told they were there just a couple of days. And I still saw the kids at the beach, but I never actually saw them together. And then I saw the kids in another room, and I started picking up. So at first, the emotions, because I'm an empath, like on both sides of the veil, I can sense energy and the feelings and emotions of people. And I was contesting it because Tammy for 3 weeks was overjoyed and happy. And I saw a big reunion for her with all her ancestors, and they were like so happy to have her home. And that was for about 3 weeks while I was seeing the kids in a good place. And Charles was in this darker dimension.
I want to punch her right now.
And he was depressed. He was upset. He felt betrayed. He felt guilty and shame and all these negative emotions that I often see when people are in a spirit prison type situation. And he was sitting on this old wooden chair in a corner with no lights on. There's like a dim light coming through, and he had his...
She is straight up. I just...
hands like this. And just not in a good place. And very concerned. Concerned about his kids, concerned about what had happened to him.
What you said.
Concerned about Lori. Lots of negative emotion. And I would talk to Charles and try to work through it with him. And he was not ready to talk. It was like he was in a state of shock.
Or you're deaf.
About what was going on. And he was trying to process. Because we're the same people on the other side of the veil when we go to spirit realm as we are here. Well, then time goes on and Alex dies. And I see Alex. And he's in an even darker dimension. Like way darker than Charles. And so I'm trying to make sense of what I'm seeing and the energy as the story is unfolding, as more evidence is coming out. And the emotions I felt from Alex when I would try to talk to Alex, like Alex wouldn't even talk to me. He was so angry.
They were Charles.
And he wanted nothing to do with me. He just was so angry. And he felt betrayal, a lot of anger, some hatred, frustration, lots of shame. So I was trying to make sense of that. In the meantime, more stuff is coming out. All that was starting to happen about the time you did your interview in Hawaii where the cops found them for the first time. It's about the time frame. In that amount of time, things shifted like that. And in the meantime, I'm talking to the kids' spirits and they feel abandonment, betrayal, heartache, sadness,
Murder,
sorrow, forlorn, all these emotions. Abandonment was coming up huge, 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 huge. And I would cry myself to sleep. I would talk to the Lord and I'd ask him, what do you want me to do with this information? Am I seeing this correctly? How can I help? Is there more you can tell me? And I'm asking these questions. And I can see, and I see this in spirit realm a lot, but I can see there are veils even in spirit realm, and there's doors and access points and gateways, and you actually have to progress into the light. Sometimes you have to have an escort that lets you in, like if you go from like what they call spirit paradise, prison to paradise, there's actual doors and portals, and they will escort you in, or you have to have permission to come in. And people can try to sneak in, but they don't make it very far. And the light can go down to the dark. The dark dimensions can't come to the light because just from a scientific standpoint, those energies can't coexist, you know. Well, the kids were then in this, it was a different room, it was a different house. And I could see one of the bedrooms, most of the time there were no lights on, and I could see Tylee laying in a twin bed. And she was just kind of like curled up in a fetal position, crying, and the lights were off. Sometimes I could see a dim light. I don't know, it looked to me like a moonlight, but I think what they were communicating was that, you know, that she was in a different place spiritually, and I'm just trying to make sense of it. Well,
or maybe she was watching Donna Serafina shit. Just saying.
Then JJ, it went from Tylee watching JJ to some other adults watching JJ, and I could see them, and I could see a woman, but I couldn't see her face. I could just see like the outline of her spirit. And then I started going, wait a minute, are they in spirit realm? Did I get this wrong?
Dead or alive?
At that point, I couldn't. And then the Spirit, the Lord, started explaining to me more about the veils in spirit realm and how they are veiled as well from seeing sometimes what happened on earth. And he said, Tammy was veiled for 3 weeks from what happened to her. And we unveiled her last night. And she now is able to see what's happening on earth with her kids. And with Chad, she now knows that Chad married Lori very quickly. She now knows that her kids are suffering. But the first 3 weeks, they just were like, oh, they're doing good. And she's over here having a good time reuniting with her family. And then it was time for her to shift and kind of get back to, you know, helping with her kids. And the way it's explained to me is that part of her mission now that she's on the other side is to help her kids on this side to work as a ministering angel.
Wow.
And then they would show her some of the news reports, because even in spirit realm, they can watch what's going on earth if they have permission, right? And Lucifer will show them his versions, right? And the Lord will show the true version of what's going on. So even this interview, there are people from the other side of the veil watching to find out what I'm going to say, what you're going to say, and this will cause shifts in people's energy, either to encourage them to go further into the light and to get further truth, no matter where they are, whether they're on the earth or spirit realm. Does that make sense?
Yeah. One of the things Melanie Gibbs said is that Chad would often, and even Lori sometimes would like predict something was going to happen, or have a vision.
Yeah.
But then when it didn't, it would change because of people's agency. Couldn't you make that same argument with anybody that says they're a visionary that,
yes,
all right, the earthquake didn't happen, it's been pushed off.
Yes.
So then doesn't that somewhat invalidate the original vision?
Well, here's the thing, how it works again, they've explained to me, because I've been criticized for that very thing, more than Chad, because I'm the one that first came out with the term Wasatch Wake Up.
Which is
the Lord himself gave me the term the Wasatch Wake Up years ago. So anybody on the internet or anywhere else that refers to Wasatch Wake Up, that was given to me. I coined that because I was given that. I asked earlier, there will still be a Wasatch Wake Up. The timing is what shifts, but also circumstances can because of agency, but that does not necessarily invalidate the vision. It just means you can also have false visions. Okay, so very clear, Chad was getting false visions. And maybe, we can do another interview if you want some time or whatever, and I can go into why I know that, because he shared a lot with me, and that was, you go back to when we started to go the other way, our paths diverged because of more and more of what he was sharing with me that I didn't agree with, or that I saw differently, or that I heard differently. And the Lord would say, don't tell me what you know. Just listen, serve as a witness for both sides of the veil, and flush the energy, because it's going to come full circle later.
I got to show y'all something, because I'm kind of going through the other interview, and just check this.
They had extended her time on Earth. I don't even know what that means, Eric. I was just hearing that. I ran it by Chad, and he said, I've been given the same message. I'm grateful I have more time. He told me, I asked him 3 weeks before she died, Chad, are you still seeing Tammy dying? And he said, yes, but I don't know how. And I don't remember what else he said about it, other than I said, I had been asking too. And then my angel said, yes, she's going to go. She's almost graduated from mortality. And
She's almost graduated from mortality. It's just such an odd statement, in my opinion. And I say that because I'm going to play this, which, I mean, just listen, just hear it.
Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened.
So this is a mind-blowing development in the Chad and Lori Daybell case. So this is them sunbathing the day of their arrest. And this book right here, I'm going to tell you what's inside of that book and how it basically explains everything about this case. So Visions of Glory is a book that has been sold in LDS bookstores. It claims to have a stamp of approval by an apostle. It also claims to be a prophetic book about the last days leading to the second coming of Christ, which is what Lori and Chad believed was happening right now. At one point, the book explains that people will be so ripe with iniquity because they've been overcome by evil spirits, and that the most righteous thing that you can do for them in that state is to, quote, deliver them from mortality. I will play a clip for you now.
There was a law we followed. It was not a rule, but a law. When an individual or group threatened us, we knew their hearts. If there was any hope, even the slightest hope that they could be saved, even in the most celestial sense, we did not harm them. When we were confronted by people who were fully ripe in iniquity, and who would never repent, then we were free to deliver them from mortality. Their death would then be a blessing to them. Their death would be a blessing to them, because they could no longer add additional iniquity to their divine ledger.
Okay, I'm just saying, that whole graduated from mortality, that's Visions of Damn Glory. Straight up. That's that damn alarming. I mean, Megan Connor and Hidden True Crime, Lauren and Mindy Caldwell, that's what they brought out. Or that's basically what Megan Connor shared with everybody in their Mormon Stories podcast, I guess, expose. I guess that's what you could call it, of Tom Harrison. Okay. That's alarming. I bet you if we looked up the interview from Hidden True Crime of Braxton, Lori's cousin, you know, the one who's just like, oh, yeah. Yeah, he just does not get it, obviously. He doesn't see where the book and these beliefs can be a problem, you know. So anyways, I'm a stickler for the words. I know I suck with them, saying them and thinking of the right words to say. However, I'm very good at catching them. And especially when it's these people, I don't know. But anyways, let's finish this one because but I mean, I kind of skipped forward, but let's see. Oh, shit.
attacked several media. And I'm planning on sending this podcast to all those media, including everyone who had reported on this story up until Tuesday, the 24th. None of them got back to me. None of them. If they really care about this case and finding the truth, why don't you go, if you've got the FBI and the media involved in the police, why aren't you following every single lead you have? This is somebody who claims she knows something about Chad Daybell, has a working relationship on a friend level, and knows the family. Why are you not interviewing that side?
Yeah.
I'd like to know, because right now all the reporting is extended family of Lori Vallow.
Julie, I can't help but notice a little bit of an accusation in that towards the media. So what's behind this accusation? What are you seeing there?
I'll tell you. Well, part of it's my own vendetta. And I'll be open and honest about that, because I watched how they slaughtered me in the news. I watched how the LDS Church didn't get my back, and I watched how they slaughtered me in the news. I am now an excommunicated member of the church, in part because of what the media did to me in messing up my reputation and making false accusations. Mm-hmm. And if to this day, if you Google Julie Rowe and go to my website, julieroweprayer.com or The Greatest Tomorrow Relief, there are people, and the first thing that comes up with Wikipedia is Julie Rowe is an excommunicated member of the church. I can tell you this much: I'm not anti-Mormon, though.
Right.
Now, I know the Preparing People Conference, which is being claimed to be a cult. That's a lie. I know those people. I don't agree with the people that started that, and they turned their backs on me a while ago. They're kind of iffy on me, so they may not consider it a compliment that I'm telling people my opinion on them. But I do know they're not a cult. I've met several hundred of those people. They're not the same people that go. It's a conference where you can listen to
What?
authors and speakers and see artwork and all kinds of.
She just said I met these people. They're not the same people that go. What? That's a contradiction. She sounds like damn Melanie
Same
Gibb.
people that go, not me. So they may not consider it a compliment that I'm telling people my opinion on them. But I do know they're not a cult. I've met several hundred of those people. They're not the same people that go. It's a conference where you can listen to authors and speakers and see artwork and all kinds.
I really think it's a cover. I do. That's where I'm at right now. I don't know. That's you know, it can change. Because I don't try to tag something onto the story unless it fits, you know. I mean, that is an injustice in my opinion when people do that. But she just contradicted herself right there. And then she says, oh, and then I'm saying that these conferences, I do believe, because it's a big thing and it's the common denominator in all this is all these people that are sketch and sus, and you know, there's all these allegations, and there's fraud and money laundering and all the things. I think that they use these conferences, in my opinion, to practice the dark arts. I'm not saying everybody that goes there is the same, but again, it's under the guise of Jesus, you know, it's under the guise of Jesus. Nobody will look here. But they're the most judgmental and downright just narcissist, okay? People, projectors, deflectors. They never ever take accountability for anything or responsibility for anything.
Kinds of stuff. It's people that believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ. It's not just Mormons, and it's people that want to be like bringing in a better earth. They're preparing, and they believe that Christ is coming back to the earth. And I stand as a witness to this that he is. I've seen it. And he will come in my lifetime. I don't know when, but he will come. So they have dozens of speakers. Chad spoke at a lot of their conferences, but not all of them. He parted ways with them a while ago. I don't know exactly when. I don't remember.
They don't like you.
And he did do a lot of videos, and they were all about Chad Daybell for a long time until suddenly some news comes out, and now they're turning their backs. That's my opinion.
Yeah, they are.
And I want to know where all of Chad's friends are. Either nobody's coming forward because they're scared to death, or they're questioning his integrity. And so I consider that cowardly.
Or their involvement.
Or they're being shut down and they're not having a voice because the media and the police are corrupt. And I don't know what it is.
I believe that too.
I believe there are plenty of good people that have called the police department with leads. Maybe even a character witness. Wow. And they're not being presented.
In all these,
I'm angry. Can you tell I'm angry?
Just a bit. In all these stories that are going out, I think one of the bigger concerns is that the children are okay. The two children. Do you see anything, hear anything, feel anything with regard to those two children?
I deal in human trafficking, soul trafficking every day. This is part of my life.
In what way? Can you explain how?
On a spiritual level, I spirit travel. I go over all of this whole galaxy, and there's soul trafficking going on, and there's human trafficking on this planet. I have emergency.
That's because she allegedly, her and Chad would go to Salt Lake City, okay, drive from wherever she is in Oklahoma there, and then Chad would drive from, it would have to be Rexburg, Idaho, all the way to Salt Lake City to Tom Harrison's office. He's a therapist. But I don't think they're going there. They were going there for therapy, obviously. But he is alleged to have taught them how to portal. Okay. I knew this in the beginning of the case when I heard that Chad would go to the basement of some 70-year-old guy and that he was teaching them how to portal. Okay. And it was a joke then, right? I'm just like, what? What'd you just say? What? You know, an old guy in a basement in Utah teaching people how to portal. Okay. And now that fits. Tom Harrison is portal guy, in my opinion.
Disaster relief safe houses.
Why?
I am not hiding Chad or his kids. I have not talked. I have never met Lori. I've never met her kids. And I have not talked to Chad. The last time I talked to Chad was 3 weeks before Tammy died. She was going to be home. The kids were going to be home for potato harvest. And he said he would contact me after potato harvest. He sent me a text the Tuesday before Tammy died. I replied it was on a work trip, and I gave him my schedule to let him know that I would be in Utah. He was living in Idaho. Then I was going to go to San Diego to teach a class. Tammy died. He says, the report says at he called in around 6 a.m.
He says the report says.
The police or whoever.
He says the report says. Okay, this is of Tammy Daybell's death.
Go to teach a class. Tammy died. He says the report says at he called in around 6 a.m. The police or whoever, I don't know because my sources are secondhand, that apparently Tammy died.
Not her angels, but her sources.
In her sleep at 2 a.m. Chad woke up and found her on the floor.
But Garth found her allegedly after he got off from being a scare person at the scare house.
Called 911 and he was calm.
He cried, and he cried at himself crying.
What I'm hearing. Anybody that knows Chad knows he's calm, and anybody that knows Chad knows he's visionary, and he saw it coming.
But Emma said this is the worst she had ever seen her dad so distraught, and he was a typical grieving Latter-day Saint husband.
I talked to his daughter that day. I was in San Diego.
Emma.
When I was teaching an energy class, a group energy class. My head of security broke the news to me a little bit after noon, San Diego time, on that Saturday.
Joel Gervine, maybe?
I called immediately to Chad's oldest daughter, Emma Daybell, and we talked for at least 40 minutes. I'm not going to go into that conversation, other than to say that it was a shock to her, and that she told me it was a shock to her dad that he had found her, and I believe that.
I got something to show you.
I scanned Chad's energy. His heart was broken. He couldn't believe that it had happened like that. He and I talked over 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. We had both seen her in a car accident. We thought maybe she was going to go a year ago in a car accident because it seemed so constant that we both kept seeing this vision. About a year ago, I got a message from the other side that the plan had changed for Tammy, that they had extended her time on Earth. I don't even know what that means, Eric. I was just hearing that. I ran it by Chad and said, I've been given the same message. I'm grateful I have more time. He told me, I asked him 3 weeks before she died, Chad, are you still seeing Tammy dying? And he said, yes, but I don't know how. And I don't remember what else he said about it, other than I said, I had been asking too. And then my angel said, yes, she's going to go. She's almost graduated from mortality. And I had a vision of literally this group of family members on her side of the veil getting ready to receive her. And they were all in white.
Receive her.
And it looked like they were making preparations for her. So I knew it was soon. And I didn't tell Chad that, because just because I see it doesn't mean I say it. And especially related to like babies being born or somebody dying or anything to do with somebody's life plan and agency, I keep my mouth shut unless I am specifically told
you do enough damage without
witness
it,
or preparation for you or somebody else.
Oh my God.
I did not say to Chad, yeah, I see that too. He has no idea what I have and haven't seen.
No, you didn't tell him about him.
So
that's how that works.
So but here's my thing with the Daybell story, Eric, is I have my gifts. People can choose to believe them or not. I can only tell you what I know right now based on a credible witness of Chad's character. I don't know Lori, but when I look at her energy, I can tell you what I see. What I see is a woman, and what I hear is a woman who was severely abused in a marriage by an abusive husband, and she escaped a really bad marriage.
Let me tell you.
I'm not going to blame her one bit for that. I'm going to congratulate her. Whether or not I agree with her marrying Chad Daybell a few weeks after his wife died, I'm not going to judge that either. I want to, because I think that sounds suspicious to get married that quickly, and I almost feel like it sounds disrespectful to his wife.
It is.
But I'm not going to judge that. But I know that's what people are thinking, which is why I'm putting that energy out there, okay? I don't judge Lori. I don't judge Chad. Because I'm not in their bodies. I don't have all the gifts they have. I have my own gifts. I'm going on those. Chad probably won't even like that I'm speaking out, because I don't exactly make him
Nobody
look
will.
good. He was trying to distance himself last year because my state president, my leaders in our LDS faith, excommunicated me on false charges, and they were going after him and you, Eric. And they're still going. Now, there's a rumor going on that Chad's an ex. I have no idea. I haven't talked to Chad. I can tell you 3 weeks before his wife died, my understanding is he was not exed. And so that's a lie, right? It's being misreported.
This is true. He was only disfellowshipped. Got it right here. This letter is to notify you that the stake presidency is holding a membership council on your behalf. The membership council will be held on August 2nd, 2020. This is right in the middle of his preliminary hearing. At the Rexburg, Idaho Stake Center, located at whatever. Oh, actually, here's the address: 1508 West 3000 North Rexburg, Idaho. This council will consider evidence of apostasy, including promulgating teachings and doctrines which are contrary to those of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You are invited, they say, while he's in jail. But anyway, here's the here's the letter. It says August 9th, 2020, 7 days after that. Dear Brother Daybell, this letter is to notify you of the decision of the membership council held for you on August 2nd, 2020. The council decision was to withdraw your membership in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for conduct contrary to the laws and order of the church, specifically for apostasy and for promulgating teachings and for murder. No, they didn't say that. And doctrines contrary to those of the church. This decision means that you may not enjoy Any privileges of church membership. You may not enter a temple or wear temple garments. You may not exercise the priesthood or pay tithes and offerings. When possible, you are invited to attend public church meetings and activities as long as your conduct is orderly. But you may not give a talk or lesson, offer a prayer in church settings, partake of the sacrament, lead an activity in church, serve in a church calling, or participate in the sustaining of church officers. You have the right to appeal this decision within 30 days, if so desired. An appeal should be delivered to me in writing. Specifically, the alleged errors or unfairness in the procedure or decision. What? Oh, specifying. I'm sorry. Any questions regarding the decision of the council can be directed to President William J. Dowling, and he left his phone number. And that's the President William J. Dowling, president of the Rexburg Henry's Fork Stake. And this, so I mean, he was not exed. He was disfellowshipped. Okay. This decision was to withdraw your membership in the church. So he's still okay. He's not exed.
If he's been exed, it has happened since he married Lori after Tammy died.
It's Lori's fault.
And he made no mention to me of any church courts. In fact, he still had a calling in the church.
Hey, Badger.
At that point, I told him, Chad, why haven't you returned my calls? Because quite frankly, this year, since 2019, we texted in January and February. He stood me up for meetings in January and February, and I was angry at him. And in March, when I got notification that they were threatening to excommunicate me, we had a conversation, and I said, it's time for us to stop publishing my books. I was going on what my angels told me to do. I was trying to protect him. I didn't want to get him roped up into false charges. We quit publishing the books, although they're still available on Amazon because the Brigham Distributing distributes them, and so there's still books out there, but we have not printed any new books. I get exed in April. I don't talk to Chad. I tried calling Chad. I tried texting Chad. He didn't respond to me, which was very unlike Chad. I was going strictly on what my angels told me. They would tell me when to text him or when to email him, and they would tell me, he's upset. He is not going to reply. But it's part of a bigger plan. Give him his space.
Oh, yeah.
Be loving, be kind, don't judge.
Second coming plan.
That's where I was all year until I talked to him for an hour and a half, 3 weeks before his wife died, and we kind of made amends.
And he rubbed his stuff on you.
But we still had an unresolved energy, if you will.
Oh,
So there's a whole story on my relationship with Chad in the last year that goes into the backdrop of where I am and where he is. I don't know exactly where he is out of his own mouth. I haven't talked to him. I don't know what's gone on in his personal life with Lori in the last year. I have no idea. But I do know that my angels tell me that Chad Daybell is being falsely accused of a suspicious death of his wife. I do know that if there's foul play involved, which I don't believe there is, it was not Chad. I do know that Tammy got held up by gunpoint a week to a week and a half before she died by a man in black, and I know Chad had nothing to do with it because Chad was upset, and so was her son, and so was her daughter, and the whole family got together to try to deal with it.
Thank you, baby.
I do not know who that man in black is. I have my ideas. I have my suspicions. And it's somebody that has a personal vendetta against Chad Daybell and his mission, what he's doing. He's being framed. I do know that Lori Vallow's second husband was abusive.
I can't say it on here, but you know what I mean. Oh my God. Anyways.
Was estranged from his family because she was associating with, quite frankly, a higher vibration group. And they
referring to Chad and Melanie Gibb and Melanie Pulowski and Zalema and Alex.
Didn't like it because she got out of the abusive patterns in the family, and he got angry when he came to pick up the kids. And the brother, this is what I see in my head. I haven't talked to anybody. This is the scene I see in my head.
Now listen, she will say in a minute, I remember this, something about the news report.
As he came to the door, they got into it. He stepped in. There was an altercation. Lori's brother stepped forward. It got physical. With a push shove kind of stuff. Lori's ex-husband hit her brother over the head. I can't even tell you their names. I've read it in the newspaper. That's not even important.
I read it in the newspaper, and that's not even in. Oh my God, what a hooker! Okay.
Lori's ex-husband hit her brother over the head. I can't even tell you their names. I've read it in the newspaper.
I can't even tell you their names. I've read it in the newspaper, and I don't even.
People can read it.
That's not even important. People can read it on their own. Okay, this is where she got her news from her angels.
He hit them over the head, hit him on the shoulder, and in self-defense, the brother the visual I get is he has the concealed carry or something, and he had a gun on him and he pulled it. He didn't go get a gun. He had it on him, and it was a self-defense.
Right. Ambush.
If you look at how they're framing the verbiage on the media, because this goes into a huge legal case, no one can. They have no proof. They looked at the murder case, quote, 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 right?
Quote, quote, quote.
After it happened, and no one was charged. If police had any reason to suspect that it was anything other than self-defense based on the evidence then, they would have called him into prison.
And
they would have already put him in jail. They would have put Lori. It would have already been in motion. Now, who is behind the quote unquote mysterious death of Lori's brother? I don't know. He could have had consequences. He could have had suicide. He could have had somebody poison his food. But I know this: it wasn't Lori, and it wasn't Chad. They're not behind any of those deaths. And people are even trying to say Lori's first husband died of a heart attack, and now that looks suspicious.
It's actually her third.
My heart goes out to her for what she's gone through in the
write
last
her
7
letter.
years. Then the kids. Let's get to the kids. Do you want to ask questions, or should I keep going?
Just keep going. I did ask that question about the two children, which I think is one of the big questions people have.
I
in
think
their
my
minds.
angels
Are they
want
okay?
I'm in such an uproar about the backstory being twisted and turned, and people not knowing, and they get all this fear and anxiety and manipulation and control and yada yada, and they believe the authorities and they believe the media when they should be actually listening to like what their heart tells them and get rid of their fear energy, and maybe like ask your guardian angel. But we don't live in a world like that. The kids are safe. I have nothing to do with it. I don't know where they are. I have talked to their spirits. I have talked to Tammy's spirit. Tammy's spirit came and visited me the morning of my class in San Diego. And so it was no surprise to me that she had passed. But Tammy can spirit split, so she's come to visit me in spirit before.
She can spirit
The spirit
split.
looks a little different, but I can tell you this much. Tammy is in a very happy place. She's wearing white right now. She is grateful the plan is rolling forward. She's grateful she did her part. She was well received. She's in paradise, and she's having a great time with beloved family members and friends that miss her a great deal. And she's missing her kids and her husband, but she knows the plan, and she's on board on the other side of the veil.
Oh my God.
She's participating in this phone call right now. That's how active Tammy is involved in wanting to get the truth out. Those two kids, Lori Vallow's two kids,
oh my God.
I see them. The 7-year-old is laughing. He's having a good time. The 17-year-old is watching over him wherever they are. She's been babysitting him. They're in a safe place. It's light. It's well lit. Every scene they show me, there's lights on, and it's sunny.
Because it's heaven.
I had a scene the other night where it was dark because it was dark outside, but they had the lights on. They're not in hiding. As far as from who you think they're in hiding from. They're not in hiding from the FBI and police who are of the light. We have moles in the police department and the FBI, and they're in hurts with the family. And I don't believe that Lori's extended family of her estranged husband has pure motive. What my angels are telling me is that there's an underlying custody battle going on.
That's Melanie.
Now, I'm not talking to anyone, so if the FBI wants to, talk to me about that, they can listen to my podcast and hear exactly what I'm going to tell them. I'm honest.
Make sure
they
you
can get
subscribe.
body experts to study my body language and my eyes and my hand motions, and they'll see I am legitimately telling the truth on all of them. And they have those people in those organizations. So I challenge them to do that. You find out what I know, and you're going to find out that my story has no holes.
It sucks.
I'm going strictly on what my angels say, Eric.
Right.
And my visuals, my hearing gifts, and my visuals that I have. I don't know where the kids are. I don't know where Chad and Lori are. My angels aren't telling me that, and I think that's for my protection. I can tell you this much. The plan is rolling forward. Truth will be revealed, and darkness will be exposed.
Great. That's very comforting.
For sure.
Thank you, Julie. I don't have any other questions. Do you have any final thoughts?
I need to calm down for a second. I want to actually put a shout out to those law enforcement and members of FBI that are doing their jobs honestly, that do really want to find the children for the right intent, that really do want to solve this case because they're here to help the world, instead of the ones that are moles within the organizations who are corrupt, and the very ones who are human trafficking children on this planet. And we've got a lot of them in the FBI.
And CIA.
I am here to expose darkness on every level, layer, realm, and dimension, and to remove the cloaks of those who are corrupted on this planet and every dimension.
Oh
this is my mission. I might sound like a crazy lady to the whole world, but quite frankly, I don't give a damn.
We know.
They can judge me all day long, whether they're Mormon or non-Mormon, religious or not religious. I want truth out there. I want the light side to win on this planet and on any planet, and I will do it at all costs. People can either decide I'm crazy or I'm telling the truth. And right now, Chad Daybell needs friends, and he may not want a friend like me, But I
He
want
needs
him
a
to
lot
hear
of
me if
things.
he
Friends
listens to
ain't
this.
one of them.
I am a true friend, no matter what has or hasn't happened. And I believe that he has a good heart. And I don't believe he has it in him to hurt any child or his wife. He's raised 5 amazing, beautiful kids.
It's well said. I'm just a witness to everything you just said. Thank you.
Oh
I
my
guess we'll wrap
God. That was a good one, Chris 10. Oh my gosh. She said, I thought Lori said that Tammy and the kids were very busy, right? Just saying. And there's some kind of communication, right? Between their angels. That's good. Yes, Jean Marie, that is exactly what I'm thinking. Straight up. Holy cow. Yeah, bye, Laura. I'm glad you came by. Egg on your face now, Julie. Sonia says. Chad has a good heart, as in he never had a near-death experience, right? 5 amazing psycho kids, right? Y'all did? If anybody, just jumped in the live, go catch the very beginning because I share a song with Emma 9 years ago, so 2015, singing along to What Did the Fox Say or whatever the hell, the song that got on my nerves back then. Okay, she did What the Book of Mormon Say. What the Book of Mormon Say. Yeah, that's it. So, anyways, wow. I haven't seen that in so long, so I'm glad we did that.
And I didn't even know what that meant. I just knew I was to continue my friendship with him, continue to work with him, and find out essentially what exactly he was involved in and what he believed. And even when I came out and said in the first interview I did on the news, where I came out so strongly and I said, listen, I know Chad Daybell, he's a friend, and he would not hurt those kids and he would not hurt Tammy, okay? Because I could not fathom in my mind that the Chad I knew would do that. The Lord had made it very clear. I had seen a vision and was told for over a year that Chad was having an affair with Lori. He did not know I knew
Over
that.
a year.
I never told him that. But I knew it, and I got confirmation when I saw the news, right? I had no proof of it. I was just going strictly what the Lord had shown me. But to go from going, okay.
She straight up saw the news, and that's how she knew that Chad had been cheating on Tammy for a whole year now, because she saw it on the news. Nothing about her damn insight. She is a freaking fraud.
But I knew it, and I got confirmation when I saw the news, right? I had no proof of it. I was just going strictly on what the Lord had shown me. But to go from going, okay, I know a guy who, messed up and had an affair, to killed his wife and killed some kids, like I couldn't make that leap.
Can you now? What do you think now? What happened to Tammy and the kids?
Oh, let me fake cry.
I just know it hurts. And I know that Tammy continues to ask me to speak whatever truth I do know.
Tim Ballard.
And I know that when I look at Lori and Chad's countenances, their auric layers, I can see auric colors, their entire countenance have changed. I see hard hearts. I see gray.
Liars.
I see a lack of light in Chad's eyes. They're dulled over.
I agree.
I feel their pain, but when I key into the emotions and when I know what Chad has done to me on a spirit level in the last year, I don't trust him one bit. He has betrayed me and Tammy, really Tammy the most, and his kids, and lots of friends and acquaintances.
She just licked her tear.
Everyone that read his books, everyone he published. He's betrayed a lot of people. And when I have asked, and I'm not saying this, people are going to say I'm judgmental. I don't mean it like that. But when I see this and I ask sincere questions of the Lord of how did I not see this coming? Because you asked, could I see it coming? Mm-hmm. They prepared me the best you can be prepared. I had glimpses, I had insights. I did not have a lot of the big pieces to the puzzle. The day I found out Tammy died, I had a vision and I saw myself on the news. And I was told and I heard Chad's going to be accused of murdering Tammy. I did not know anything about the
Get out of here.
But I was told a month before she died, Chad will be accused of murdering Tammy. And the day she died,
she didn't know it.
When Emma told me that her dad said they weren't going to do an autopsy, I had a physical reaction. I felt like my heart just sunk, and I had the energy inside me, very sensitive energy, just went right to the pit of my stomach.
Like last
and
night?
I actually got physically sick,
Again?
nauseous, and almost threw up.
You're sickly.
I cried. Also because of some of the other things Emma said, because she said what she was most afraid of was that her dad was going to get remarried. And then the Lord started telling me some of the stuff Chad had said to his kids, some of the stuff he'd said to Lori.
Were they lies?
I think Chad believed them, but they are lies.
But you think he truly believes them?
I think he really does. But they are lies.
And we were talking off camera a minute ago that you haven't reached out to him because you don't feel that it's right to do that right now?
I reached out after the funeral.
Oh, you did? Okay.
The first 3 weeks, I texted him. I offered him some free sessions to help him through his grief.
Free sessions.
No.
I'm your friend, but would you like a couple free sessions? I will, just this one time offer. Okay. It's void in Hawaii. And you know what I mean? Just, oh my God, these people are something effing else. Here we go.
And the time that you knew Chad Daybell, did he ever hit on you?
Yes. Yes.
What happened?
And my husband knows it.
Did Chad Daybell think you were one of his past wives too?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So this is his line. Every attractive woman, he tells them he knew them in a previous life and they were married. So basically, why not just have sex right now? Because you've already been married in another life. I'm not a member of the LDS. I'm not familiar with a lot of what you're saying, but I'm seeing a pattern. You worked closely with him.
Yes.
You're attractive.
No.
And bam, suddenly he
Bam.
remembers, hey, I was married to you in another life.
Yes.
Then there's Lori Vallow. And there's the other lady you told me about.
I just want to let this be known that it is alleged, and that, I mean, this was a long time of reading and following this case, different Facebook groups, just different things. I go wherever my heart leads me. And it's been said that Julie Rowe was telling guys that I think we've been married before in a past life. And so I don't think it all comes from the popular Mormon television show at the time, back in the day. What is it called? Oh my God, Saturday's Warrior. Okay. I mean, because that's I had found that. I never released that video. Me just kind of doing what I do. But I was still very, very, very new at this. And so it would be interesting to go back and just kind of watch that. But yeah, so she was telling guys. And so that is now a trend. You have Julie Rowe using this quote unquote pickup line. You've got Chad Daybell using this pickup line. You have Tim Ballard using this same pickup line. And all those people have Tom Harrison in common. Okay. So just think about that. Visions of Glory, Tom Harrison. What is really going on? What is really going on?
He was texting and her husband found out.
Right.
That's three right there.
He also told me that he thought he was married to Melanie Gibb. And you were the first person I've said that to, other than 3 people in my closest circle.
And
my
everybody,
husband, of course.
Listens.
You have just given me chill bumps all down my arms, because talking to you and looking at you, I just knew it. I just knew Daybell hit on you.
She only told 3 people, but there's 38,000 people now that know this.
And now you're telling me that about Melanie. How did you find out she also was married to Chad Daybell in another life?
I only heard it from Chad.
I don't know what it is about Chad Daybell. Apparently, a lot of women fall for this.
All kinds of women, because he's misusing his spiritual gifts. It is, to date, one of the hardest things I have ever experienced in my life. And I feel extremely betrayed by Chad. I will do everything I can to see justice. I am absolutely sick to my stomach at what's gone on. I am concerned.
That makes all of us, right? We're all concerned. Anyways, so there's that one.
No.
And meanwhile,
I told him I was sorry. I waited until Monday after she died because I didn't want to, on the first few days, on the day of the funeral. I had talked to him on the phone 3 weeks before that. And the Tuesday before she died, he texted me because he had told me 3 weeks before she died that he would contact me after potato harvest because Tammy was off of work. They're going to have some time together as a family. And he was going to get back to work after potato harvest.
Joe
I said,
Murray.
okay, that's great. I have so much to do. I work.
Yeah, no, he don't work, first off, okay? But like Joe Murray testified, or was it Emma? She said that Joe Murray had borrowed Tammy and Chad's truck, okay, for the potato, because he was helping a friend with the potato harvest, right? And so he brought back the keys. Oh, I was going to show you. I have it pulled up finally. Let's see. Is this? And this was a post that Emma Daybell posted after. This is October 19, 2019. So this is the day that Tammy died. Emma Murray is with Tammy Daybell. We're so overwhelmed by the outpouring of love all of you have shown our family. As early and unexpected as this feels, there's a sweet peace around my mother's death. My father gave me a priesthood blessing earlier and said that my mother was greeted in the arms of our Savior, with a heart emoji. As much as I don't want it to be, it was her time. In a typical Tammy way, she was efficient and completed her life's work in a record amount of time. The funeral will be held on Tuesday, October 22nd at 11 a.m. in Springville, Utah, at the LDS Meeting House on the corner of 900 East and 200 North in Idaho. We will be holding a memorial service at the Henry's Fork Stake Center on Wednesday, October 23rd. More details to come. Why is she saying Tammy now and not mom? I don't ever call my mom Kay unless I'm like, people don't know who I am. So I'm like, Kay Woodcock, that's my mom, Tammy's last day was happy and says much about her character. She was happy. She wasn't doing all that weird shit you were saying. And says much about her character. We got the elementary school library ready for the book fair next week. She was so excited about some books that she was going to hand out to the kids for free. She put in parentheses, she obtained the books through a grant she researched outside of school. Okay. Her job was stressful, but she loved the kids and was a rock for many of them. Mom helped me pick up Chase from daycare yesterday because she loaned her truck to Joe for the evening. She was her effing truck. Out of Emma Daybell's own damn words. Okay. Yesterday because she loaned her truck to Joe for the evening. She was always willing to loan us things and wanted to help out in any way that she could. Chase reached for her as soon as he realized Grandma was there. Okay. She carried him outside and snuggled him. Chase normally cries and fights going in the car seat, but he let Grandma buckle him in. Mom had me drop her off at my house so she could help Chase get out of the car. He took her by the finger and they walked to the front door. I'm about to cry. I hugged my mom and I told her I loved her, but I wish I had hugged her tighter. I'm not going to hug her again for a very long time. It's just wrong. And I mean, that is just wrong. It's wrong how this transpired, how they did their mom's memory, their mom's legacy. They didn't do her any favors. They didn't do their dad any favors either. They definitely did not do themselves any favors, or none of the victims. Nobody. This did not help anybody at all. They're testifying, trying to defend their dad, trying to Captain Save-A-Ho their dad. And so this is very sad to me right here. This is just sad. But right here, I'm not going to hug her again for a very long time. So it's not just a typical Latter-day Saint grieving then, is it, Emma? It's not just a bye for now, I'll see you later. Okay? It's a very long time. Anyways, so that's that. Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I mean, that was really heavy. Just reading that last little paragraph. Well, the Cox family does. The Cox children or whatever, they called Janice and Barry. Stacy did that too. She called them Janice and Barry. It's crazy. I don't know. I mean, he keeps dropping the soap. I know that. And it's liquid soap. So you know how that goes. Just speaking. Oh my God. I hope he's just, I hope that he is just getting what he put out there. That's all. And it's just going to be sprinkled over the rest of his days. And the good thing about being a Mormon and living the word of wisdom is that Chad wasn't a smoker. He wasn't a drinker. He was just a murderer. And so he's going to have a long life of this, because I'm sure it'll take him to expire an age, just aging out of death row, because death row in Idaho is super sketch. It's very, it'll never, it'll take forever to go there to get to the damn chamber. You know what I mean? Crazy, 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 crazy. I don't know. I hope so. I mean, Arizona is already okay. What, I don't even know. Let's see what you're talking about in context. Yeah, and you can't duck you can't duck justice, Chad. Right. But I don't know. Maybe Arizona is different and we can hear those calls. Yeah, TC, it's so terrible how many people they hurt and broke so many people's hearts, and they're so evil. I can't believe they're still walking around free. And then you think about it though, and they're not really free because they're imprisoned within themselves. You know what I mean? Like their world is so controlled, and they have to be obedient, and they beat themselves or whatever. I don't know how they think, but this is the way I think about them. But like they strive to be, they're perfectionists because they strive to be perfect, and they need validation from their patriarchs. I don't think it's a very free life, but it's way freer, and it's way more dignity and compassion than what was handed to the victims. You know what I'm saying? And the bad thing is, I say the bad thing, but most empathetic people, we forgive people like that, because that's just how we are. But, anyways, I don't know. They take, and we give. So yeah, only Mohawk Mom says only the jail calls that were played in court will be heard in public in their entirety, Another thing, y'all. So remember how last week I was, I shared what's it called? True Crime Chocolate. I don't remember the channel name, but oh my God, I don't remember it. But she's a Mormon, and an active Mormon, and she had mentioned the fact that Melanie Pulowski in those recordings said something about, and Ian Pulowski's recording talked about how she wanted her two kids. She only mentioned 2 kids. So I need to go find it in the recording to really get the context of it. But just taking it from a Latter-day Saint, okay? And I mean, their voice is just as important in all this, because they kind of, how I take it, how she shares it, is that in the Mormon context, So basically, like, Melanie Pulowski said that she couldn't wait till her 2, or at least 2 of her kids, were sealed to her and Ian, okay? And the lady that I'm talking about, it's something in chocolate. I don't know. And she said that usually, when you seal families to one another, kids to family, like, that is very complicated. It's very complex, okay? Because, okay, so when there's a divorce, I'm trying to think of it. Oh my God, how did this go? But it's important though. I just need to get it out there. It was about, what I took from it was, oh my God, what if Melanie Boudreaux was talking about sealing her kids to her new husband because she intended for her old husband to perish, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I need to get it from an LDS context of what that means. And so I need to be able to say it correctly in order to get, a good feedback on that, because it's just one of those things it flies right over our heads, because we're not really looking for that. We're just like, okay, it's all sounds so different. And so I think that's one of those need to know things, if it is, because if she's wanting to seal, and she actually, Chad Daybell had deemed these 2 kids dark, and she said that they were going to be, how did she say it? Oh shit, I don't remember. but basically something like they were going to be with Alex. Alex was dead. So it's just, I don't know. I'm gonna have to find it and definitely share it here. Okay. Back to Satan.
A lot. I work a lot. I'm busy with my family. And so that's what we decided is sometime after potato harvest. Well, I was out of town in Idaho and Utah for a work trip the week she died, and I had to go to San Diego. I was actually teaching a group energy class in San Diego the day she died. But I was prompted on the Tuesday before she died to send him a text. I can't remember if he texted me and see if I could talk or if he tried to call. And I never gave him my schedule, but that day I was prompted to tell him the basics. And I said, I'm in San Diego Saturday. I'll be back Sunday. I'll be in the Provo area Monday, and then I'll be flying out Wednesday because my son Ethan is coming home from his mission. And I look back on that now because the funeral was in Springville on Monday night, and I was staying 10 minutes up the road. And I never heard a word from Chad or any of the family. The day I talked to Emma, I talked to her at 1:30 Utah time, 12:30 San Diego time on the 19th. She sobbed her eyes out. I talked to her for 40 minutes. I basically gave her a session. And
for free.
I had a visual of Chad right when she said, what I'm most afraid of at the end of that 40 minutes is my dad getting remarried. And I said, why is that? And she said, because he's talked to me, I know about multiple probations.
Because she met her. That's
polygamy. I'm not okay with polygamy. And that was a huge red flag for me because I was like, okay, multiple probations is a true doctrine, but whatever he's told his kids and whatever he believes is false doctrine because it's not polygamy. And I didn't know what he was planning or what he'd been involved in.
This is true.
But I had visuals of him communicating with a lot of women through text or phone call. I knew for sure he'd had a relationship with Lori, but I didn't know beyond that, with other women. So it was like a really big red flag for me. And right when I started to talk to Emma about it, I had a visual of Chad, and he came over and grabbed the phone out of Emma's hand. And she hurried and said, I love you. I got to go. My dad's here. Click.
Coercive control.
And then I saw him tell all of his kids, especially Emma, do not respond to Julie Rowe's text, her emails, or her phone calls. And I've never talked to any of them since.
There have been people online, I'm sure you've seen, that have thought there was something more to your relationship with Chad.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything more than just a professional relationship and a friendship over the years?
It was always professional until October of 18, when he, as far as I'm concerned, tried to groom me, just like he did Lori.
Tried to groom you?
Not R.A.P.
And my husband's aware of it. In fact, it was about a year and a half. I look back when my husband started saying, are you sure you can trust Chad? And I'd go, yeah, I can trust Chad. I'd had so many spiritual experiences with him related to the books that I did trust him. I always I'd always get this hesitation, and I'd ask questions of the Lord, and I'd say with certain things, because he was always trying to get me to use my gifts about things I saw in the future. And I'd usually just kind of listen or go, I don't see that. Every once in a while I'd say, yeah, I still see the earthquake. He'd try to pin a date down on it, and I'd go, it could be this spring, but
One of the interesting things another author told me the other day is that she had a near-death experience. She said Chad never talked about his
Suzanne
with her. And after we posted that, many people said that maybe they think Chad saw this author getting, attention, and you getting a lot of attention, that maybe he came up with his own near-death experience.
Yes. No, I know he legitimately had them. They were very quick. They were not extensive like mine or Suzanne Freeman's. They were a matter of a couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes the most. The one where he was knocked off the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
I heard firsthand from him and from Tammy. Tammy was there to witness it.
Okay.
And also some of his other family members. And then he had another one where he was attacked from the dark side, and his spirit left his body and floated up in their house in Rexburg. And all of his kids were there, and his wife, and they kind of had to bring him back. And he called me the day after it happened, and he was very emotional. Kind of did a session for him to help work through that trauma. And the next time I went to Rexburg, I was at their house with Chad and Tammy sitting on the couch, again, affectionate. He had his arm around her leg, arm around her, holding hands the whole time. And the kids, at least four of their 5 kids, were there talking about it. And they were like, it was so crazy. He was just out, and we thought he was dead.
Okay, so you haven't heard him make him up.
I know he didn't make him up.
Do you think he's been deceived?
I know he's been deceived.
And Lori as well?
Yes. And I was told very clearly from the very beginning, basically to have nothing to do with Lori, Zalema, Melanie, and Melanie. They tried to contact me a couple different times, tried to get my phone number. I was just told, again, because I did see some stuff, and I do have the gift of looking into the past if they show it to me, not everything. And I just saw convoluted, messy energy. I was told that there was abuse energy for all of them. I just was like, and I don't give my phone number out. I deal with security issues since 2014. Very careful with who I let have access to me. And
yeah, why do you have security?
Since going public with my story, I've just had death threats and a lot of security issues, creepy men.
Don't be a shitty
I mean, I've called the cabal out and they've threatened me 3 or 4 times. So
are you worried for your life?
No.
No.
Yeah,
I used to
that's
be.
why you have freaking
Well, I
bodyguards.
say it last night
man.
when I was under attack and I felt like they were going to kill me. I cried to my security on the phone who was helping me through it. And I said, I don't want to die. And then this peace came over me and it was, you're not going to die. We've already told you you're not going to die.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not worried. You know, Chad has gone around and some of the sources that have talked to me have told me that he went around at least from January of 2019 telling people that I had gone dark.
You did.
Right around the time that I called him out on Lori and his communications with others and on his patriarchal energy and how he had been treating me and how I felt used by him and all that and how I wasn't okay with some of the things he was involved in. And that's when he cut me off. That's the real reason we had a falling out is I called him out on it and he didn't like it. And I have proof of that.
Sounds
I've got
like
it
Frank
in text
Vanderloot,
conversation
right?
actually sent to Justin Lung.
Yeah.
So, and I was told specifically by my angels to document that and save it for my records. Chad has no idea. Yeah.
He might now.
He does now.
Yeah.
He's listening. So, and that's about the time I know for sure he went around telling people I was dark when he was sending those lists to Lori saying Charles was dark and all that. So then I'm like, okay, well, so am I next on the hit list? Maybe.
Yeah, there were a lot of people, that were worried. Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about energy healing.
Hold on. Let me show you something. You know, I move around.
How dare you judge me?
Watch out.
In fact, I dare you to judge me, because with what judgment you judge me, so shall you be judged.
And that's just our sponsor for this segment. I'm joking, totally joking. Anyways.
Some have said that it's dangerous.
Yeah, some people say multiple probations is dangerous and it's not.
Some people
What's
say y'all are
dangerous is when
dangerous.
people misuse their spiritual gifts and when they can't tell the difference between what a true doctrine is and a false doctrine, or they mix it. The true doctrine of multiple probations is a pure doctrine of light. But when you have unclean spirits or demons who are whispering things to people and they have their own lust energy, being ambition, pride or arrogance or ego or other and jealousy energies, an impure heart, they get convoluted with that energy and then they twist and turn the doctrine. The actual pure doctrine is light. So reincarnation is a false doctrine because there's a counterfeit. There's counterfeits to the multiple probations, and one of the most disgusting energies I've seen is what Chad did
who have
with
no
the knowledge he'd been given.
Freaking
He was given this much knowledge, and he tried to make it into this much knowledge, and most of this is gross.
So you do these energy conferences, energy healing conferences, and people come and you're able to, spend
I teach
hours.
them.
They pay a whole lot of money.
What is it?
So I do different types of energy. You can do cranial sacral. You can, massage therapists do energy work. Physical therapists do energy
Alex
work.
Cox.
When you listen to uplifting music, you're giving yourself an energy session. If people listen to my podcast, they're designed to help people clear energy. When I talk on the phone, I can see the energy of the system. I can tell if they have health issues, mental illness, porn addictions, drug addictions. I can both hear it or see it based on gifts I have. Most people don't have the same gifts, but that's how I do it. And I do more of a talk through, I don't tell people's future because I think that crosses boundaries. And again, the future is fluid based on agency, but there are certain things that are kind of set that we agreed to primordially that will happen at some time if we stay on our path. But the way they describe it to me is sort of like plan A, B, C, D, E, and F based on agency, And if anybody's ever studied the Mandela effect, people can look into Mandela effect when it comes to agency, things like that. So with the energy work, like if I were to give you a session and you're on the phone, because most of my clients are out of state or out of the country, I would be on the phone in my car or my house or wherever. And then you give me permission to connect to your energy and to see what I need to see or hear. And then I would ask you questions. I'd basically say, okay, what would you like to work on today? And spirit to spirit, you might tell me, you might not want to say it out loud, but
now just remember that Zalema Pastenis was a cuddle therapist or something, a cuddle coach. It's a real thing. And I do want to fix her hair too. I know that whole damn time. It's been 46 minutes and her hair is still cuckoo, just like she is.
But I generally try to get the client to bring it to consciousness. It clears energy faster. And then we might talk through, the abuse you had when you were 6, or marriage situation you're going through, or, the porn problem or whatever it might be. to bring that energy to the surface of consciousness. And then we would actively work, and I would say, okay, listen, these are the energies that are coming up, the trapped emotions. And we start addressing things on an emotional level.
Yeah, Daybell
so
did
the same thing when people go to counseling. It's just that they're going to different type of schooling. So when I'm talking to them, I'm kind of like a counselor. That's kind of,
I see. That makes sense. So this is your job. This is your profession.
Yes.
I see. So are you giving God's will to them through you?
No, I don't do that. I don't know what other energy workers do. But I fought for agency premortally. I fight for it every day. And there are certain boundaries that are established by the Lord that you just don't cross when, in terms of agency. So just because I see it.
Just for the people that say, if she is the visionary, why does she charge money?
Just like a counselor.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
No, you're not
a energy workers. And the occult does abscond this. The occult version of light work or light energy work is witchcraft, warlords, Wiccans. That's the dark version of energy work. And there's a light version to everything and a dark version. And there is a gray area because some people, again, misuse that power, misuse their gifts, or they're deceived. But the way I liken it, because I said this, to Nate Sunderland when I was talking about how I want to do this interview, I said, here's the thing, some people have said this is dangerous doctrine, multiple probations, energy work is dangerous. So do we throw the baby out with the bathwater? If I know the gospel is true, and I believe, for instance, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has some of the keys of restoration. But I also know that there are state presidents and bishops, or even members of the 70s, who are involved in satanic ritual abuse or other forms of assault, rape, or molestation. Do I just not go to church anymore? Do I just not go talk to my bishop or my state president? Do I just say I want nothing to do with any of that because this is corrupt in this form? You see what I'm saying? And I say no to that. And I've been excommunicated for teaching and doing the energy work and doing my podcasts and my books because they do not like the work I'm doing. But I also know there's a higher purpose in why I was excommunicated that I saw and was told in my near-death experience and my vision. So I'm at peace with it, even though I don't like how it was. But you don't just throw the baby out with the bathwater and say it's all bad. Anytime I hear someone say that's dangerous, there's fear energy at the core, and you have to get to the root emotion of why the fear.
It didn't work
there.
on Chad.
What was the trauma that happened to them that created the fear energy so that they just don't want anything to do with whatever that is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and there's a lot of people that look at Chad and Lori and think, I don't want anything to do with what that is, as you just said.
And I agree, I don't either.
Yeah, but they might lump you in with them or other people associated with this type of preppers, conferences, events, things like that, where wouldn't it just be best to just
avoid the whole thing?
Yeah, avoid the whole thing. Yeah, go to church on Sunday, do your personal study at home. If you have these visions and spiritual prophecies, keep them to yourself and your family, or you end up with two missing kids, dead spouse, dead brother.
Okay, the contrast to that is that's what some people really should and could do, because that's maybe what they're ready for. Maybe that's what they agreed to primordially, what they are wanting in their spiritual progression.
That's a whole
But there
nother
are others.
Oh, yeah.
So we have the plan of salvation, we have the plan of exaltation.
They say multiple probations is a false doctrine, right? And so what do they think that premortal life is? That's a probation. What do they think this life is? Okay, it's another probation. What happens after life? That's another probation. That's 3 just right there. Boom, boom, boom. So that is a lie.
And why anybody would need to know, for instance, about their past lives.
You
I can't
do
answer
it.
that for them. I just know I've had memories of it my whole life. I had 6 NDEs. Every time I come back, they say, okay, this is part of your mission to testify of this truth. I cannot deny it. I have the emotions that go with it. I have the visuals that go with it. I have been shown over and over again. And in order for me to clear my own energy, I sometimes have to acknowledge that I went through a trauma 600 years ago in another past life before the pain in my gut will go away. And people have all this energy manifesting. If you have spiritual pain, mental pain, emotional pain, it will often manifest as physical pain in the body. And if you are having physical symptoms, that's your first clue you have energy that needs to be cleared. Something in your energy field that's distorted, whether it's a miasm that's been passed down through the family line or something else. And so when somebody says dangerous anything, you have to get what's the root cause. Well, the adversary uses fear to keep us from progressing. He did it primordially, does it now. And so you can. Some people want to just avoid it, and that's okay. That's a good coping strategy a lot of the time. We kind of come in and out of that, and even in the grief process to waking up. But it was Lucifer in the garden who said, I see your eyes are not yet opened. And so waking up, opening our eyes is a very painful process when we open up to truth. We have to acknowledge that we've been betrayed on this planet.
Not that you've betrayed anybody else. Nothing is ever her saying, you know, I've hurt people. The things I've done have caused ripple effects, like she says about Chad and Lori. But never do they ever fucking own up to their own shit. And it's aggravating as all get out.
We have to acknowledge that we're
You can't
living in a
acknowledge-
matrix. I have
to acknowledge that I live in constant persecution complex state, you know? Oh my God. Get over yourself.
to acknowledge that there are lies and false beliefs and post-hypnotic suggestions everywhere we go. And until we can admit to ourselves,
you can't
and
do
I would
it.
say even out loud to other people, that we
Or
don't know
inside.
everything and that there is more for us to learn, and we can push through the fear and say, even if it hurts, I will get to the root cause of why I feel abandonment, why I feel betrayed, why I feel angry, why I feel hurtful, why I feel discouraged, why I feel despair, why I feel depressed, why I have abuse energy. You said you have to get, and that's what I do for my clients is let's get to the core, right? Did this start when you were 3? Did this start in premortal world? And for a lot of us, I would actually say anybody that's on the planet, we carry spiritual baggage from a very, very real premortal war that is still going on around us in multiple dimensions in spirit realm.
This is that whole thing, you know, that Lori and Thor and people of the like. Okay, so I'm looking right here on KUTV I'm sorry, 2 News, and this is Christ-centered. It's only like 11 seconds though. And I was just looking at people's comments, you know, just from 7 years ago. It says the difference between priesthood blessings and Reiki, is it Reiki? Are measured in dollars. As in, priesthood blessings are not given in exchange for money, which is what the church says, which is a flipping contradiction. Okay, because they do it, they charge tithing. You have to pay tithing to be a member of the church, in the church. Okay, to receive your blessings, which, I mean, to me, that sounds like some pretty hocus pocus shit. It sounds like, what do you call that? Besides contradiction, anyways. Okay, it says, as in priesthood blessings are not given in exchange for money. Christ never charged people money to heal them. Tammy Ward is who it is. Tammy, what's her name? Charges $1,000 an hour to talk to her, and she got the okay from, I forget what HF means. To do so. Well, I'm going to check with my reverend, and I'll only charge half, $500 an hour, to help to talk to you and help you feel better. And I'm sure Tammy won't mind if I make a buck, because HF, I guess that's Jesus, says it's okay. I don't think, this person says, I don't think this pertains strictly to LDS in general, right? A good portion of religious peoples are more susceptible to the con of homeopathy. In case any of you didn't know, there's this term called placebo effect. If you're thinking of doing any homeopathic treatment of any ailment, or for any ailment, you should research and greatly familiarize yourself with the placebo effect and how it pertains to traditional medicine. This person says, God provided me with doctors that he gifted with intelligence and understanding of the human body. I think I will go with that. Your insurance will probably cover that too. I didn't mean to hit that. This person, Judd Johnson, says, I would give the credit to the scientific method, not any god or gods. It's sort of both, this person says. They've been gifted with scientific understanding. The end result is the same. Practice, educated doctors with a good knowledge and ability to use it. In this end, that is what matters. Here's an article to why LDS should not be involved. All right, see, that's what, oh yeah, this is a good article, actually. Let me copy it. It's oil, wait, I'm sorry. To lift, oh, maybe that's not it. Let me look. I'm sorry, we're just kind of going different places. I did, okay, I remember this site. Okay, I've always, this person says, I've always considered myself to be an open person, open to new ideas and new ways. I believe in many alternative ways of healing, but I'm extremely alarmed by the exposure I've had to, quote, Christ-centered healing, unquote. After many months of research and prayer, I have come to the knowledge that it is not for LDS members. Why do they only look out for their own kind? Okay. It says, I'm a suburban mom, a returned missionary, and I currently teach the gospel doctrine class. I have always been taught to seek learning and knowledge, or higher light knowledge, or greater light knowledge. I'm sorry. It's Jason Mel. He spews that all the time. And am always looking to improve. Oh, wait, no, it says, I'm a suburban mom, returned missionary, and I currently teach the gospel doctrine class. I have always been taught to seek learning and knowledge. I am always looking to improve in my life. I realize that Satan wants to deceive and even the very elect, and he did, and will do that by any means possible. What I did not realize is that he would do that through something that seems so wonderful and spiritual. Quote, Satan has shown himself to be an accomplished strategist and a skillful imitator. The most deplorable of his victories are due to assimilation of good, whereby the undiscerning have been led captive. Let no one be deluded with the thought that any act, the immediate result of which appears to benign, is necessarily productive of permanent good. It may serve the dark purposes of Satan, like Julie was saying, to prey upon the human sense of goodness. Tim Ballard, Chad Daybell, Julie Rowe, all these people, Jody, all the people, all come to mind. The dark purposes of Satan to play upon the human sense of goodness, even to the extent of healing the body and apparently of thwarting death, unquote. And this is, we believe, Doctrines and Principles of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Elder James E. Talmage. Even healing the body, how I was taught energy healing. I was introduced to energy healing concepts while attending a small study group. Each week, more and more information was given until I was curious and wanted to know more. Sounds like Girl on Fire, The friend who introduced the alternative healing insisted that I attend a $400 seminar. This is on top of paying tithing and doing all the community things that are expected of them. Looking back, I find it's so much bondage. That's all I can think of. I'm sorry. Looking back, I find it strange that she wouldn't just teach us herself. In the seminars that I attended, the teachers are wonderful LDS active women who served diligently in their wards. Many of the women had husbands who served in church callings as bishops, high councilmen, and stake presidents. I was convinced this was the path that Heavenly Father, oh, that's what the HF means, my bad, wanted me to take. At the seminars, I thought I was feeling the Holy Ghost. I now recognize that I was feeling the influence of false spirits. The prophet Joseph Smith said, quote, nothing is a greater injury to the children of men than to be under the influence of a false spirit when they think they have the Spirit of God, unquote. One thing that was a red flag for me was that during sessions with energy healing, the feelings were strong and intense. In contrast, when my husband proposed to me, it was a quiet assurance that it was right. No rushing wind or bolts of lightning. Thunderstruck is what I'm thunderstruck. Anyways, a sweet assurance that it was right. It was different and much more subdued. How could that be? I had less of a spiritual manifestation with the most important decision I was making in my life. Then I was having an emergency. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Then I was having energy healing session. My God. Let me explain what I was taught. I was taught that your spirit knows perfectly what you need to make it whole and healthy, and that you can tap into the body's energy to find answers for yourself or for others. Muscle testing was taught as the way you get those answers. For a yes answer, your fingers will release, and for a no, the fingers will not release. I found this works amazingly well. If you get really good, like the teachers, you just know the answers in your cranial chakra or feel them through your throat chakras. My throat chakras are sore right now. 1, you begin a session by centering yourself with the Savior. Is she teaching you how to damn do it? Oh, she says, isn't this priestcraft? I wonder. Okay. Just making sure. You began a session by centering yourself with the Savior, Heavenly Father, and the Heavenly Ghost. I'm sorry, the Holy Ghost. That's 3 people. That's 1, 2, 3. Anyways, then you ask your client if there are any problems that that they would like to address or heal. Then you ask questions through muscle testing. This can be done for yourself. The question is asked if the problem stems from emotional, physical, spiritual, or other. Number 2, it says through muscle testing, you determine the answer. Then you determine the best way to clear or heal that person. Most often is through emotions that are trapped in your body that manifest a problem physically, spiritually, or emotionally. Number 3, then you proceed to clear the emotions that are tapped. There are many ways a person can clear an emotion. Some ways to clear emotions are a water grid, a Powerball, a scripture, tapping, numbers, crystals, frequencies, essential oils, a script, swirling chakras, and many more. Okay, it says during these seminars, lots of quotes are given from general authorities, that validate their practices. Prayer begins and ends each session. Scriptures are quoted and teachings of the gospel are mixed in. I left feeling good, but I also had a few red flags. I was invited to attend another $400 seminar. This was going to include a Native American sweat lodge ceremony. Oh my God. David Hamblin? James Moody? Where are they at? Wow. Okay, and a walking on fire event. Something just didn't sit right. I began to ask Heavenly Father in prayer, was all of this necessary? When I questioned the activities, I was told that it would bring me closer to God. The part I find concerning is that those involved with energy healing have such a strong conviction that this is from God. Then I had a light bulb moment. The person who introduced me to energy healing announced to me that she was going to start taking clients in charge for healing sessions. I began to wonder, was I a friend? Or a client, right? We just heard that from Julie. If I went over to visit a friend, would she charge me? Then came the final blow. This friend claimed she was supported by our stake leaders and it was okay to charge money. Isn't this priestcraft, I wondered? Quote, ministers claim but do not possess the priesthood. When they set themselves up as lights to their congregations but do not preach the pure and full gospel. When their interest is in gaining personal popularity and financial gain. Wow. Rather than in caring for the poor. Oh, well, the church don't do that either. Rather than caring for the poor and ministering to the wants and needs of their fellow man, they are engaged in a greater or lesser degree in the practice of priestcrafts. And this is from none other than Elder Dan Broussard McConkie. Oh, Lord. It took me several months of praying and researching before I allowed the Spirit to teach me that this practice was not of God. Let me explain my objections to the process. Problems with muscle testing and clearing emotions. Red flag number 1. I was taught in the seminar to begin each healing session with a prayer and, quote, centering yourself with Christ. Red flag. I was paying money and I was inviting the Savior to take part in a healing session. Middleman. When you tell someone you're going to heal them, you're setting yourself up as a light unto that person, a savior, The priesthood is bypassed altogether. Okay. Energy healing can be done without the priesthood. During one of the seminars, the question was asked, quote, how does the priesthood work with this? Unquote. The teacher became agitated and said, the priesthood has nothing to do with this. No truer words were spoken at that seminar. God's power on earth is the definition of priesthood. Quote, we can accept nothing as authoritative, but that which comes directly through the appointed the constituted organizations of the priesthood, which is the channel that God has appointed through which to make known his mind and will to the world. And the moment that individuals look to any other source, that moment they throw themselves open to the seductive influences of Satan and render themselves liable to become servants of the devil. That is too long. First of all, they lose sight of the true order of prayer, right? Through which the blessings of the priesthood are to be enjoyed. They step outside of the pale of the kingdom of God, which is the church of the firstborn, and are on dangerous ground. Whenever you see a man rise up claiming to have received direct revelation from the Lord to the church, independent of the order and channel of the priesthood, you may set him down as an imposter. And that's from President Joseph F. Smith. Oh my God. Elder Dallin Oaks. He's alive right now. Quote, some members or former members of our church fail to recognize the importance of the priesthood line. They underestimate the importance of the church and its leader and its programs. Like, only we can exploit you, okay? Don't be giving it to other people. We're your middle man, not those people. It's the same thing to me. Relying entirely on the personal line, they go their own way, purporting to define doctrine and to direct competing organizations contrary to the teachings of prophet leaders, us. When visions, dreams, tongues, prophecy, impressions, or any extraordinary gift or inspiration convey something out of harmony with the accepted revelations of the church or contrary to the decisions of its constituted authorities, Latter-day Saints may know that it is not of God. Yes, exactly. Right. Anyways, no matter how plausible it may appear, Elder Dallin Oaks, 2 lines of communication. Red flag number 2, muscle testing gives you yes and no answers, much like a Ouija board or Chad's pendulum. Okay. You ask questions and your hand moves around the board to different letters, spelling out an answer. It's a portal. What power is moving your hands around that board? What power is used while muscle testing? I would argue it's the same. Just because you pray for help and using muscle testing does not make it from God. George J. Goodhart invented applied kinesiology or muscle testing in 1964. He combines elements of psychic philosophy, Chinese Taoism, and ancient Eastern practices with D.D. Palmer's chiropractic theory. Melanie Gibbs' husband was a chiropractor. Remember, Sean Lilbert said that Brendan Gibb would adjust his back, right? Okay. There's a lot. Summer Shiflett's husband, chiropractor. Okay. There's a lot, like the Lafferty brothers. They were chiropractors, or their brother was, or their dad. I don't know. It's just weird. There's a lot of chiropractors, right? It's very interesting to me. Also, Brad, what's his name? Bradley Nelson. They mentioned him in the trial, right? For body energy, what is it called? Body work? I don't remember it. All of a sudden, I'm forgetting a lot of things lately. This is something that Mike Stroud talks about. How do you know if the answers are coming from the spirit or from a familiar spirit? Family, I think, is what that is. Familiar, yeah. The answer is you don't always know. When the priesthood line of authority is used, you know that you are invoking the powers of God and not the adversary. And I call bullshit on that. Muscle testing is not taught in the church. Slippery slope. If this is such a special gift from God, why aren't all members taught to use this method? Energy healers believe that you can access the energy of the universe. But Elder Holland said this: there is no neutral ground in the universe. Every square inch, every split second is claimed by God and counterclaimed by Satan. This is from Sanctify Yourselves. No neutral energy from which we can tap into. It is either from God or it is from Satan. It is from God, then if it's from God, it will be done with his power and his authority. Our God is a God of order. Why is muscle testing necessary when we have the ability to receive answers to direct our lives through personal prayer? That's meditating, if you think about it. Just right. Sincere prayer is more powerful than any form of energy healing. Prayer is a communication between you and Heavenly Father through the Holy Ghost. There is no need to test your muscles. It is important and vital that you pray often and that you learn how to get answers through the Holy Ghost. This takes effort, patience, and practice. Muscle testing gives you immediate answers. Muscle testing eliminates the process and the lessons that could have been learned through that process. Energy healers believe the process is quick and easy, but I've come to know that the greatest lessons in our lives, quote, line upon line and precept upon precept, right? That also played a lot in Saturday's Warrior. Yeah. And it is not always easy. Quote, in the school of mortality, the tutors often pain and tribulation, but the lessons are meant to refine and bless us and strengthen us. And this is from Elder Robert D. Hill's Faith Through Tribulations Brings Peace and Joy. Red flag number 3, clearing emotions, big red flag. One way of clearing emotions is called the water grid method. Never heard of it. This method uses imagination of pulling water up from the toes of the person all the way up to the head until you feel the emotion has been washed away. Another way of clearing involves an imaginary ball of energy that you imagine is in your hand. Then you push that energy ball into the person's body. What? Which then clears the emotion. Other ways of clearing involve chanting numbers, saying 12 times infinity, or quote, 12 times infinity, unquote. And that somehow magically clears the emotions from some unknown universal equation. Then there is a script that can be recited. Here's a portion of that script. Does this trouble you? Quote, in the name of Jesus Christ, spirit, superconscious, subconscious, conscious, higher self, heart, mind, will, nervous system, brain, what? Original intelligence, RNA, DNA. It sounds like damn Julie Rowe. Is she back there? And every genetic anomaly out of alignment with my pattern of perfection. I have this book, Carol Truman, Feelings Buried Alive. Feelings Buried Alive Never Die. Come forward through all generations of time and eternity, healing every event. It is done. Thank you all for coming to my aid and working together to help me, unquote. And again, Carol Truman. That's interesting. With that script, you are invoking the name of Jesus Christ to heal you, and then you are charged money for that healing. Then there are crystals, wands, chakras, essential oils, all of which are supposed to clear negative emotions. When I prayed and asked for clarity, the answer came over and over again that none of this was necessary. The Lord's way is simple and energy healing is complicated, and most of the time does not make sense. The true process and the true doctrines are changed to fit this process. Quote, we as members of the church tend to emphasize marvelous and dramatic spiritual manifestations so much that we may fail to appreciate and may even overlook the customary pattern by which the Holy Ghost accomplishes his work. The very, quote, simpleness of the way of receiving small and incremental spiritual impressions that over time and in totality constitute a desired answer or the direction we need, oh my God, may cause us to, quote, look beyond the mark. Elder David A. Bednar, Spirit of Revelation. What are the Lord's way of healing? I didn't know it was going to be this damn long. Should have known better. There's a hair. Elder, here's the apostle that talked to Tom about his visions of glory. Okay, he's the one that died. He's the one that Tom talks about. Here's and it's also in Janet Russin's readings too, for Tim Ballard, the priesthood blessings, you know, wink, wink, that Tom Harrison and Ken Krogh bless upon Tim's head. You know, I think it's really a direction. I think that they are just messengers, if you know what I'm saying. And I think that they are like taking orders from somebody up there to like groom Tim, you know, into becoming the next prophet or of the Mormon Church and or, you know, the next U.S. president, whatever. Elder Neil A. Maxwell, 1926-2004, of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, taught that our gratitude for the resurrection can affect how we perceive the negative experiences of life. Quote, the gift of immortality to all mankind through the reality of the resurrection is so powerful a promise that our rejoicing in these great and generous gifts should drown out any sorrow, assuage, I think I'm saying that, assuage, I don't know, any grief, conquer any mood, dissolve any despair, and tame any tragedy. All hell's moved. Brigham Young University, Devotional 9, whatever. There is healing power in gratitude. There is power in positive affirmations. Quote, the adversary does have power to hedge up the way. He cannot conquer if he will it otherwise. Holland, remember how you felt. We are cleansed with the water at baptism, and we can come. Oh my God. We are cleansed with water at baptism, and we can become cleansed each week as we partake of the sacrament. No need for an imaginary water grid or an imaginary ball of energy. We have the power of the atonement. There is power in the Book of Mormon if we are willing to put the time and energy into daily scripture study. Reciting a script may sound good, but true clearing of emotions that have been trapped for generations can all be erased when you deal with them, first off, okay? In the selfless service given in our temples. Oh my God, you have to have a damn temple. You have to have a membership card, okay? We are a covenant-making people. We should be asking ourselves, are we using and applying the enabling power of the atonement of Jesus Christ in our lives? Is our faith strong enough to rely on the Lord and not the arm of the flesh? Energy healing is not of God. I have come to know that no matter what you how you sugarcoat the message or the method, no matter how awesome the person performing the service, energy healing is not of God. The great apostasy was brought about by two things. One, there was persecution, oh my God, from outside the church. And two, there was corruption within the church. Yeah. When well-intentioned members began to find, quote, new ways of thinking and, quote, new ways of applying gospel principles or, quote, new ways of healing through Christ, the true doctrines of the gospel became corrupt bit by bit. In the last days, we will not have another great apostasy, but many of the saints will apostatize from the church. This is why I'm sharing my experience in hopes that it will help someone avoid the pitfalls of personal apostasy. Quote, Satan is the great deceiver, yes, and the father of lies, but he will also tell the truth when it suits his purposes. Satan's most effective lies are half-truths or lies accompanied by a truth. A lie is most effective when it can travel incognito in good company, or when it can be so intermarried with the truth that we cannot determine its lineage. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Satan can use truth to promote his purposes. Truth can be used unrighteously. Severed from their context, true facts can convey an erroneous impression. End quote. Elder Dallin H. Oaks, Gospel Teaching About Lying. Oh my God. This is a lot of shit. Brother Millett, a BYU professor, tells this story. One Saturday morning, Brother Millett said he received a call from Elder Neil A. Maxwell of the Quorum of the 12. Elder Maxwell was concerned about a book that had received a lot of attention and gained somewhat of a cult following. I wonder whose book that was. When was that? Okay. He asked Brother Millett if he knew about it and what he thought about it. Brother Millett said, Elder Maxwell, frankly, it has a lot of doctrinal problems. Elder Maxwell said, it never ceases to amaze me how gullible the Latter-day Saints can be. Our lack of doctrinal sophistication makes us an easy prey for such fads. I don't like that either because, again, you have this whole, they deceived me. I had no play in it. Like I see that a lot. And I mean, I'm just saying that as an outsider, you know? But I don't know. And that was from 5 Ways to Detect and Avoid Doctrinal Deception. Stay within the mainstream of the church. Watch out for new interpretations of scripture or people claiming that following something outside the mainstream of the church brings deeper spirituality. It does not. I'm not going to read that. I was told that if I became involved with energy healing, my spirituality would increase. I would discover spiritual gifts and learn the mysteries of God. Oh, that's John Pontius and that's Mike Stroud. Energy healing does not do any of this. It is through my efforts, my study, my diligence, my personal prayers that the Holy Ghost can work through me. This is where I find the gifts that God has for me. And this is where true healing takes place. The church handbook cautions members against groups, organizations, and programs that purport to increase spirituality Here it is. We've all heard this one. Quote, church members are also warned that some of these groups advocate concepts and use methods that can be harmful. In addition, many such groups charge exorbitant fees and encourage long-term commitments. Some intermingle worldly concepts with gospel principles in ways that can undermine spirituality and faith. These groups tend to promise quick solutions to problems that normally require time and personal effort to resolve. Although participants may experience temporary emotional relief or exhilaration, old problems often return, leading to added disappointment and despair. I never heard that before. But anyways, conclusion, finally. There are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true. The other is to refuse to accept what is true. And that's from Soren. Oh, gosh. This name shows up in the Hamblin docket. It documents that last name right there. I don't even know how to say it. My hope and desire is to help anyone who seeks after truth to find it. Anonymous. Okay. So there's that. And then there's all these other things. So let me grab this link. I'm sorry. I know. But I think it's important to go over these things anyways, you know. We're here. Might as well do it. Oh my God, it's a long ass link. I'm sorry. Oh Lord. I don't know how to shorten links, so you're SOL on that. Anyways, all right. Oh my God, 4 hours. Holy shit. Y'all should have slapped me a long time ago. Wow. Okay, we're gonna stop here because that's a damn enough. I thought it was like 3 hours for sure, but anyways. So yeah, I just put that in the chat. That is from toliftandinspire.com. And it's spiritual thought, LDS doctrine on energy healing, and one woman's story. I'm so sorry I kept y'all so long. Right?
The power of healing. Some Mormons swear by it. The money behind Christ-centered energy healing and what the LDS Church says about it. Tonight on 2 News at 10.
Oh.
The power of healing.
Okay.
Some Mormons swear by it. The money behind Christ-centered energy healing and what the LDS Church says about it. Tonight on 2 News at 10.
Okay. It's just going to repeat. Right? Okay. So, with that being said, we're just going to call it a night because we're tired, right? Anyways, justice for Tylee, justice for Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. As always, love always wins, and you guys are proof of that. And I'll see you soon. Bye. Sorry I kept you so long.